Chapter 245. Haha, Goddess Nyen, don't believe those rumors. My sister! Xia Chen smiled awkwardly, but the gloominess in his eyes could not be concealed. It seemed that she could not be allowed to live. They had agreed to keep the secret for each other. He did not expect that he would tell Nyen Qingyan about it. Of course, this was only a stain on Xia Chen's record. He had killed his father and slaughtered his family, but he was not Xia Chen himself. He had just taken over his body. How could those lowly feelings stop him from taking revenge? Saint Xia Chen, you don't have to say anything. I am not interested in your past. You should tell me your intention. Nyen Qingyan shook her head slightly. Her eyes were extremely cold, from her appearance and expression. Even Ling Xiao could not tell whether she was real or not. In the darkness, Lin Shi's figure was hiding under a tall building. There was a hint of gloominess in his expression. However, Nyen Qingyun's words made him feel a little more relieved. It seemed that Nyen Qingyan did not like Yuan Yu Saint. That's right, with the former's cold personality. Who else would be able to gain her favor other than him? What? Ling Xiao, didn't you hear that Nyen Qingyan threatened to kill him in the immortal welcoming tower? It seemed that in Nyen Qingyun's heart there was only me. Even in the ruins of Sunset Mountain, she was not willing to take action against me. Haha, Goddess Nyen, your personality is as cold and direct as the rumors say. Not bad, I like it. Xia Chen smiled indifferently. He was not the slightest bit annoyed by Nyen Qingyun's coldness. On the contrary, if the goddess of the Dao Palace took the initiative to seek refuge with him, like Shuiyu, he would feel contemptuous. Most people were like that. The more unobtainable something was, the more fascinated they would be. Saint Xia Chen, you'd better watch your words. If you like this, you are too frivolous. If you do it again, don't blame me for being impolite. Nyen Qingyan snorted coldly. Spiritual light surged around her quietly. Good job. At this time, she was already trembling with excitement. He almost shouted with all his might. She was indeed the woman he liked. The Yuan Yu holy son was nothing to him. He was just a villain. She did not believe that Xia Chen was unaware of his relationship with Nyen Qingyan. Now that he dared to provoke him, it meant that he didn't put his brother in his eyes at all. *CK. Those drunken oaths and whatnot were all misspoken. All right, if that's the case, Goddess Nyen, I'll be frank. Xia Chen took a deep breath, as if he was brewing his emotions. Looking at his current appearance, Ling Zhao's smile widened. He was probably going to confess. It was such a beautiful night. The handsome saint had an illustrious background and powerful talent. What if there was a heartfelt and touching proverb of love? Who in the world wouldn't be tempted? Since she could move Nyen Qingyan, Xia Chen thought that he could do it too. After all, his merits were written all over his face. That Lin Shi was nothing. Goddess Nyen, although you said that liking someone is frivolous and that love is evil, I still want to say, I like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Although it's the first time we met, why do I feel that we've known each other for 100 years? Perhaps this is what people often say, love at first sight. Even if you scold me, even if you stop me, I will not regret, hate, or blame you. Goddess Nyen, I'm willing to die for you. Xia Chen's head, which was originally lowered, slowly lifted up. His pair of black eyes were filled with endless affection. What a joke. I'm a god emperor. Isn't it easy to deal with a 17-year-old girl? Back then, Qi Luo, who was known as the Ice Empress, had completely fallen for him because of his confession. Word for word. Who was Qi Luo? She was one of the most arrogant girls in Xia Chen's realm. At that time, Qi Luo was already 100 years old. Even she couldn't withstand his sweet words, let alone Nyen Qingyun in front of him. Bitch! Xia Chen, you bitch! I'll definitely deal with you. In the darkness, Lin, she clenched his fists and his eyes flashed. If Elder Ling hadn't decisively sent him a trace of spiritual energy, his Xianzhen flame would have changed drastically. Sheer, calm down. Guard your Tao heart. Otherwise, you'll be bedeviled. Phew. Lin, she took a deep breath. Unknowingly, his fingers had already pierced his skin. Slap. However, just as Xia Chen's voice fell, he waited expectantly for Nian Qingyin to take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. The crisp sound of a slap suddenly resounded throughout Tao Enlightenment City. Xia Chen's figure was instantly sent flying and smashed into a corner of the tall building before falling to the ground with a plop. F***CK. Ling Zhao's body trembled and he almost fell from the eaves. He wasn't worried that the building would collapse. He was worried that Xia Chen would be slapped to death by Folded Shadow Slap. How was he going to play later? Oh, it shouldn't be. Xia Chen was the son of destiny. How could he die so easily? However, Folded Shadow had indeed used a lot of strength in this slap. Good job, Mai Yin. Lin Shi's current mood was even more exhilarating than riding a roller coaster. If Xia Chen wasn't of great use to him, he would have pulled out his ruler and slashed him. The mystic realm was about to open. It would be difficult for him to deal with the ancient emperor's remains and demons and ghosts alone. After all, Xia Chen was the holy son of a supreme Taoism. With his help, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With the emperor flame in hand, the world was mine. Xia Chen, Ling Xiao, none of you can escape. Cough, cough. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure walked out in a sorry state. Xia Chen's face was swollen like a pig's head. Even the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Why? He couldn't figure out why the words of love that even the upper realm empress fell for were useless against a Powong ant. Moreover, why was Nian Qingyin so powerful? Although he had been careless earlier, how could he not have seen how Nian Qingyin attacked? What a joke! She was a divine king who had comprehended the 1,000 illusion Tao rule. How could a Powong person like him contend with her? Xia Chen didn't doubt that if Nian Qingyin had wanted to kill him earlier, wouldn't that slap alone be enough to kill him? Ridiculous! In an instant, doubts arose in Xia Chen's heart. After hundreds of years of experience, he instinctively questioned everything that didn't make sense. Nian Qingyin was very powerful, but she couldn't have defeated him so easily. Could it be because of the chaotic spiritual divine constitution? However, if the person in front of him wasn't Nian Qingyin, why couldn't he see any flaws? No, it seems that I was too engrossed just now. F***CK. I've said it before. If you say such things again, don't blame me for being rude. Holy Sun Xia Chen, let me give you a piece of advice. Stay away from me. My current identity is Ling Zhao's fiancé. With that, Nian Qingyin turned around and flew into the distance. I finished my act. Next, it's time for everyone to perform. Chapter 246. Goddess Nian, I won't give up. I will prove to you that I meant what I said just now. Xia Chen roared at Nian Qingyun's back, unwilling to give up. However, the gloominess in the depths of his eyes was also very obvious. Ling Zhao's fiancé. Why did Nian Qingyin remind me? Is she hinting to me that she wants me to kill Ling Xiao for her? After all, her anger in the Immortal's Tower was not fake. Her eyes were full of hatred when she looked at Ling Xiao. However, she seemed to be worried about something. Just as Xia Chen was pondering, something suddenly flew over from the distant sky. It was as cold as a hidden weapon. Xia Chen's face froze, and his body lit up with endless light. Buzz! A terrifying buzzing sound instantly resounded. However, the hidden weapon was not aimed at him. Instead, it fell into the darkness in the distance. There, Lin Shi was stunned. Without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed out of the city. Who is it? Xia Chen's face instantly turned ferocious. but there was a flash of hesitation in his eyes. The person who could easily avoid his divine soul detection must be at a higher level of cultivation than him. However, why did the figure look a little familiar? Gradually, Xia Chen's face became sluggish. The figure looked a little like Lin Shi. Could it be? Damn. I was wondering why Nian Qinyan was disgusted by my words of love. It turned out that Lin Shi secretly instigated it. No wonder. No wonder the goddess of the Dao Palace knew that I slaughtered the Shao clan. Lin, she must have spoken ill of me in front of her. However, it seems a little inappropriate for me to openly express my love for his woman. In the end, Xia Chen did not move. At this time, he had figured out the whole story. He was afraid that his actions in the Immortal's Tower had aroused Lin Shi's suspicion. Therefore, Lin Shi had caught up with Nian Qinyan before him and sowed discord between them. After all, Lin Shi and Nian Qinyan were friends. From this good brother of his, Xia Chen knew that Lin Shi had saved Nian Qinyan's life and they had a good impression of each other. Men, especially when they were drunk, always liked to show off their unspeakable secrets. Lin Shi, you've got a pretty good plan, but he clearly could have left quietly. Why did he do something unnecessary and expose his identity in the end? Also, who was the one who used that hidden weapon? In an instant, Xia Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Buzz! At this moment, a lightning sun suddenly lit up the sky from the top of the tall building, attracting the attention of all the cultivators in Dao Enlightenment City. That fluctuation, it's Ling Xiao. Lord Ling Xiao is fighting with someone. I don't know. Anyway, it's pretty bad. They provoked this demon. Go. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao. Xia Chen raised his head and looked towards the sun, only to see a figure bathed in moonlight, standing quietly in midair, looking at him coldly. As expected, Lin Shi's scheme was so vicious. He even lured Ling Xiao here, and then hid in the dark to borrow his hand to kill him. In the end, it seemed that Ling Xiao had seen through his intentions and exposed his identity. Haha, my little brother, you're really heartless. Just because I looked at Nian Qinyan in the Immortal's welcoming tower, you want to kill me. The only thing Xia Chen couldn't be sure of was whether this trap was set up by Lin Shi and Nian Qinyan together or by Lin Shi alone. But no matter what, he couldn't suppress his killing intent. You said just now that you like Nian Qinyan? Ling Xiao stood proudly in midair, his tone cold. There was a faint trace of mockery in the depths of his eyes. A reincarnated God Emperor was sensitive and not easy to deceive. That's right, but too sensitive, especially an expert who had been betrayed by his lover and brother, would inevitably have too many misgivings and think too much. What was that saying again? Cleverness overreached itself. The highest level of scheming was to disguise oneself as a chess piece and put it into the game. Moreover, it was a chess piece with a brain. This way, it would be more realistic. Even if Xia Chen had some doubts in his heart, he would never have thought that Ling Xiao, who was being used by Lin Shi, was the real player. Moreover, the system had already indicated that the relationship between Xia Chen and Lin Shi was completely broken. He. In just one night, Xia Chen had gone from being a chosen one with 3,000 providence points to having 1,800 points. Lin Shi was even more miserable. Out of the last 1,000 providence points, he only had 500 left. Ling Xiao. Xia Chen took a deep breath. At this point, there was no point in worrying anymore. Ling Xiao was domineering and cruel. He would definitely not let him go easily. But how could a lower realm monster be his opponent? But in the distant darkness, there were suddenly many auras. Obviously, they were spectators who had been attracted by the fluctuations here. If he exposed his trump card today and killed Ling Xiao, the Ling people would not let him go easily. Moreover, if that bastard Qin Yang's inheritance really existed in this realm, once he used that thing, he would definitely attract endless trouble. He wasn't afraid of geniuses or monsters, but his cultivation was only at the Powong realm. If he was targeted by a god king or a god emperor, that's right, Ling Xiao. I like Goddess Nian. Why, can't I? Xia Chun braced himself and sneered. Yuan U.S. sacred ground was also a supreme place. If Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't mind teaching this descendant of the Ling people a lesson on behalf of Nian Qingyun. You don't know what's good for you. Nian Qingyun is my fiancée. She's Ling Xiao's woman. How can an ant like you think about her? Ling Xiao shouted angrily. His voice resounded throughout the entire Dao Comprehension Mountain. Even the beautiful figure in white standing on the lonely mountain outside the city heard it clearly. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? Nian Qingyun frowned slightly, but when these words fell into her heart, there was an inexplicable sweetness. Forget it. Let him do what he wants. Anyway, no matter what, I will cut him down with my sword on the peak of Dao Comprehension Mountain. Humph! Who told him to flirt all day? It's so infuriating. But why do I think so? Am I not killing him to prove my Dao? Your woman? Why would your woman threaten to kill you? Ling Xiao, don't deceive yourself. Nian Qingyun doesn't love you at all. Xia Qin shouted coldly. There is also a monstrous spiritual light outside his body. So it's Saint Yuan Yu? It sounds like the two of them are jealous of Goddess Nian. That's not right. Goddess Nian is Lord Ling Xiao's fiancée. They are protecting their food. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise in the surrounding darkness. The thunder sun in Ling Xiao's hand finally pressed fiercely toward Xia Qin. It was a good opportunity to test the means of this reborn god emperor. You're courting death. Xia Qin looked up to the sky and roared. The golden saber in his hand instantly bloomed with dazzling divine light. Then the saber slashed toward the air. The saber, intent, turned into a dragon and tore the entire space into pieces. The power of Dao lingered on it, and there was a faint sense of destruction. Chapter 247. Greater Mastery of the Slaughter Dao Law. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as a smile appeared on his face. Xia Qin was indeed a reincarnated powerhouse. His combat strength was indeed incomparable to that of an ordinary genius. At the very least, he was the first genius Ling Xiao had encountered who had reached the greater mastery of the Dao Law. Boom! The thunder sun and the saber radiance collided in midair, creating ripples that were tens of thousands of feet long. The sky above Dao Enlightenment City instantly lit up as bright as day. The collision of the two Dao laws was naturally terrifying. Countless tall buildings in front of the two instantly collapsed and turned into dust. The earth cracked and the universe turned upside down. However, in the end, the thunder sun gradually dimmed and the golden radiance disappeared into the void. Everything returned to normal. However, Xia Chen's figure inexplicably trembled for a moment and his face turned pale. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly and suddenly stepped forward. However, just as he unsheathed the sinister sword in his hand, an old figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stood between the two of them. Are the two of you planning to tear down my Dao Enlightenment City? The person who came was wearing a gray robe and had white hair and a white beard. He looked very old. At this moment, his face was full of bitterness. So it's the city lord of Dao Enlightenment City. Xia Chen's face turned solemn, and he nodded slightly at the old man. He was a 9th grade divine king and an elder of the Taishan Dao sect. The city lord of Dao Enlightenment City was responsible for protecting the city. If it was an ordinary quarrel, he would naturally not pay attention to it. However, the two in front of him were really too fierce. Lord Ling Xiao, can you give me some face? There is only 1 day left before the Myriad Sect martial meeting. If the two of you have any grievances, can you resolve them during the martial meeting? The city lord of Dao Enlightenment City looked at Ling Xiao with a bitter expression. Compared to Yuan Yu Sage, he was actually more worried about the successor of the Ling people in front of him. Oh, the palm print on Yuan Yu Sage's face is very beautiful. Since you are so shameless, I will give you a real name today. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, a vortex rippled around him. Even Xia Chen seemed to be unable to react in time. He saw a black shadow fly over and slap the other side of his face. Xia Chen hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy when the huge force hit him. However, in the end, he was still sent flying by Ling Zhao's palm. Puchi! Xia Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the crowd finally understood what a true name was. Xia Chen was truly a toothless disciple today. I'll give you face, City Lord. With that, Ling Xiao gave Xia Chen a deep look before turning around and disappearing into the darkness. Now that the chessboard had been set up, how could he bear to kill Xia Chen if he did not plunder all the luck from him? Give him some stimulation, give him some chance. To make him feel fearful and hateful, but at the same time, to make him feel that he was somewhat capable. Thus, my old Bebe, go ahead and use your remaining energy to your heart's content. As for the rebirth treasure on his body, it would be best to find someone to test it out. Only by playing it safe would one be able to live longer. Xiao Tu was a good choice. If Ling Zhao's guess was correct, since Xia Chen could leave a wisp of his soul for possession, then the treasure might be related to the divine soul? For Xia Chen, who is suspicious and cautious by nature, the 2 slaps tonight were just an opportunity to shatter his Tao heart. At the same time, it was also the beginning of his hatred. You want to fight? Haha, I'll break your mentality one by one and let you fight among yourselves. It won't be too late to harvest you one by one. How could it be? That fluctuation just now. Sure enough, the shock on Xia Chen's face did not dissipate even after Ling Zhao's figure disappeared. What was wrong with this world? Were all the monsters in the lower domain so powerful? Anyone can slap me just because they want to? I don't even have the slightest strength to resist? Holy Sun, Xia Chen. Haha, are you all right? The Enlightenment City, Lord smiled bitterly. From the moment Yuan Yu, Holy Sun, fell into a daze, he had already understood that his Tao heart was about to collapse. However, what surprised him was that Xia Chen had only taken a deep breath, and the confusion in his eyes had actually instantly vanished. Haha, City Lord, thank you for today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Nian Qingyan, Ling Xiao, you will definitely pay the price for what you have done today. It had been hundreds of years. He had not suffered such humiliation for hundreds of years. In the era of great battles, there were indeed many monsters. But who was Xia Chen? As a dignified killing emperor, how could he be discouraged by such humiliation? The origin of the slaughtered Tao law came from killing. Only in the most dangerous of massacres would he be able to display his greatest talent. Originally, he did not take this trip to the secret realm seriously. He was just accompanying a group of ignorant children to play games and harvest good fortune in passing. He did not expect that today, because of these 2 slaps, he would have infinite fun. I won't kill you on Enlightenment Mountain. In the secret realm, I will let you know my true name. As for Lin Shi, ants will become stepping stones for me to return to the peak. My temperament will become more tenacious, ruthless, and ruthless. In this life, I will complete the slaughter Tao law. When Xia Chen's figure returned to the courtyard, Shui Yu had already brewed tea and had been waiting for a long time. Saint, you're back. At this moment, Saint Yinfan's face was obviously filled with surprise. Saint, who beat your face into a pig's head? Humph. Xia Chen snorted coldly but did not answer. Instead, he took a sip of tea. Lin Shi. Han didn't come back? Not yet, Shui Yu frowned slightly. Saint, what happened to your mouth? Nothing. He probably won't come back. Xia Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Today, Lin Shi had exposed his identity in front of him. He was afraid that Lin Shi would not dare to show up for a while. Moreover, looking at Ling Zhao's appearance, he should have seen through today's situation. Otherwise, he would not force Lin Shi to show up. Interesting. Won't come back? Saint Sun, do you mean? Lin Shi is dead? He's not dead yet. However, since he dared to frame this lucky child, he's already a member of the family. Xia Chun smiled indifferently. Suddenly, he looked at Xue Yu with a strange gaze. You, I heard that you're skilled in martial arts. Why don't we have a talk? Saint Sun, boom! The spiritual aura was vast and mighty, and the atmosphere of spring dispersed. Suddenly, gasps could be heard in the courtyard. Even if Xia Chen's mind was flawless, it was obvious that he was suppressing his anger today. On the other side, when Ling Xiao returned to the restaurant, he happened to see two disciples of the ancient sects standing in front of the door. They respectfully bowed towards him. I heard that young master lives next door. We purposely waited here to visit young master. I see that your glabella is dark. There will be a blood disaster tonight. Ling Xiao smiled, and the eyes of the two disciples from the ancient sects were filled with confusion. However, before one of them could speak, the other suddenly thought of something. He grabbed the other's arm and madly ran out of the restaurant. Many thanks to young master for pointing out the right path. Ling Zhao's ferocious name could be clearly seen. It's already a blessing for me to not kill you. Young master! Fu Yunyao suddenly pushed the door open when she heard the noise outside the door. Her charming face revealed a touch of shyness. You're back. Yes, Senior Sister Fu. The room next door is already empty. If there's nothing else, you should rest early. Ling Xiao lifted his leg and walked past Fu Yunyao, causing her to feel disappointed. Young master, the successor of the Cloud Alliance, Su Yan, sent someone to deliver a letter. I placed it on the table. After saying that, Fu Yunyao did not dare to hesitate anymore. She respectfully closed the door and walked to the side. When one's vision was high, there were some things that could not catch one's eye. So, how could love disappear? It's because she's prettier than you. Chapter 248. Su Yan. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and picked up a letter on the table. He seemed to have guessed something in his heart. Lord Ling Xiao Lin Shi is in this city. He has an emperor protecting him. Please be careful. An emperor protecting him? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. That was more than an emperor god. It was very likely that he was a prime sovereign. Unfortunately, he probably couldn't even walk out of the ring now. However, with his soul power, it shouldn't be a problem to scare the Lingbao Pavilion master. This Su Yan is quite smart. Since Lin Shi had exposed the existence of the old grandpa, Su Yan must have really attacked him. Now that the latter had specially sent a letter to remind him, it was naturally to curry favor with Ling Xiao, or rather, to avoid some unnecessary misunderstandings. Unfortunately, the two destined people who should have had feelings for each other had ended up like this because of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao's guess was right, this line was probably Su Yan used an excuse to get close to Lin Shi and wanted to snatch his spiritual fire, but she didn't expect to encounter danger in the secret realm and was coincidentally saved by the destined person. In the end, Lin Shi obtained the secret realm's fortune and helped Su Yan to relieve the pain of her cold body. Unknowingly, the talented girl's heart changed. As for now, it was hard to say whether the talented girl's heart had changed or not, but she definitely couldn't escape from Ling Zhao's grasp. The talents of the eastern border were now all gathered here. Except for Xia Chen and Su Yan, almost none of the remaining talents of the ancient sects could catch Ling Zhao's attention. On the other hand, Taoist Taixian had the will of reincarnation on him, but he didn't have any luck. Could it be that an expert deliberately blocked his luck? It couldn't be. In this world, the strongest expert was only an emperor god. No matter how strong Taoist Master Taixian was, He probably hadn't taken that step. Moreover, even if he had extraordinary means, how could he hide it from the system? It was a little strange. This feeling of being out of control was really a little uncomfortable. The blind man, the aura of reincarnation, mysterious background. In any book, this wouldn't be as simple as a cameo. What secrets was this Taishan Dao sect hiding? At the peak of Enlightenment Mountain, Taishan Daozi's figure descended from the sky and landed in the Sage Hall. At this moment, an old figure in an ink-green Taoist robe opened his eyes. Behind him, there seemed to be three indistinct figures. The boundless power dissipated in the blink of an eye, and the doors of the sacred hall slammed shut. Dao, child, you're back. What was incredible was that the old man with the terrifying aura suddenly stepped out and appeared in front of Taishan Daozi in an instant. He then bowed respectfully to him. Taoist, did you gain anything from this trip? He has appeared. Taishan Daozi's face was calm, but his dull eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life that did not belong to his age. It was as if it had experienced the passage of time, giving people a feeling of looking down from above. Appeared. The old man's eyes narrowed, and thousands of ripples appeared in the hall. It was obvious how shocked he was. Chaos has arrived. It's just that this time I can't see through it. The aura can't be wrong, but I can't see through it. It's a very strange feeling. It's him, but it's also not him. Taishan Daozi sighed, and his tone was somewhat inexplicable. Yes, and not him. What do you mean by that? Is there anyone in this world who can escape from you? Tomorrow, open the faceless illusory wall. I want to see who he is. However, Taishan Daozi did not say anything more. He lifted his foot and walked toward the depths of the hall. The entire Enlightenment Mountain suddenly fell into a strange silence. All the candles were extinguished instantly, as if it was an endless death zone. The next day, the morning glow sprinkled on the horizon, and divine light shot into the sky from the top of Enlightenment Mountain. In Enlightenment City, people began to walk out of their pavilions and rushed in the direction of the divine light in the distance. Ling Xiao stood in front of the window and looked at the endless stream of people on the street. His expression was calm. Xia Chen's chess game was under his control, but this Taishan Daozi was a little too mysterious. Am I overthinking? That aura of reincarnation is not as simple as the law of Great Path, the rebirth of the immortal king? Or am I too sensitive? In the end, Ling Xiao still could not figure it out. How could a person who is clearly tainted by reincarnation be a good-for-nothing with no luck? In other words, if he did not have luck, how could he have comprehended such a terrifying law of Great Path? Among the 3,000 great paths, the 5 elements of wind and thunder were all minor paths. At the peak of cultivation, although they could split the sky and the sea, they were still a little weaker than the laws of void, reincarnation, devour, and slaughter, especially the power of reincarnation, which was immortal and vast. Young master, Xiao Tu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Ling Xiao sighed softly and turned to walk toward the door. He did not even take the law of reincarnation seriously. No matter how strong Taishan Daozi was, he was only in the late stage of Paoang. If he wanted to kill him, it would not take him too much effort. Let's go and see the sacred object of Taishan Daozi. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and his figure instantly disappeared on the spot. It was rumored that the reason why Taishan Daozi was secluded was because of the faceless wall. It was said that this wall contained supreme path will, which could see the past and present life. If one understood it, one could comprehend the great path. However, such a divine object would never be accessible to outsiders. Unexpectedly, Taishan Daozi was so generous this time that they took the initiative to open the Jade Wall for the elites of various sects to observe. The main peak of enlightenment was bustling with people. Countless figures with powerful auras descended from the sky and walked along the mountain. In just a short while, thousands of people had gathered in front of Taishan Daozi Palace. Almost all of these people came from the orthodoxies and ancient sects of the eastern border and were known as elites. However, in the end, only 100 people were able to enter the ancient mystic realm. Lin Shi hid in the crowd with a new look on his face. He had exposed his identity yesterday, which probably made Xiaqin unhappy. Moreover, a person who would plot against his brother's woman was naturally unreliable. However, last night, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared and fought with Xiaqin, which was somewhat unexpected. Well, I'll let you fight to the death. It's best if both of you are injured. Then, look, it's the goddess of Dao Palace, Nian Qinyan. A beautiful figure in white suddenly descended from the sky in the distance. Her body was surrounded by moonlight, which was indescribably otherworldly. Do you want to die? Quickly wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth. Can I take a look? Are you stupid? Last night, Yuan Yusain expressed his love for Goddess Nian, and in the end, Lord Ling Xiao slapped him in the face. If Dao Enlightenment City Lord did not appear, Xiaqin would most likely be dead. Hearing what everyone said, Nian Qinyan frowned slightly. She stood alone on the side of the crowd, and a faint look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. It turned out that the one who fought with Ling Xiao last night was Xiaqin. This bastard is really domineering. He actually dared to humiliate the saint of a supreme orthodoxy. However, why do I have a strange feeling of joy in my heart? Chapter 249. Haha, my wife, you're here early. Can't wait to see me? Just as Nian Qinyan was pondering to herself, a faint chuckle sounded from afar. Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky. Dazzling light and abundant Taoist rhymes attracted the attention of countless people. You don't come over. Nian Qingyun's face turned cold. She instinctively stepped back and kept a distance of 30 feet from Ling Xiao. My wife, what's wrong with you? Why are you so cold to me after not seeing you for a few days? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Nian Qinyan was so frightened that she almost released her spiritual energy and fled. Since almost everyone is here, please follow me. An old figure suddenly walked out of the Doctrine Palace. He was dressed in a black Taoist robe and had a solemn look on his face, especially that pair of aged and deep eyes. It actually caused others to notice a wisp of an ancient aura of the Tao. It's the sect master. Countless geniuses of the ancient sects turned pale and bowed to the old figure. However, the first emperor of the eastern border ignored them. He turned around and walked toward the mountain in the distance. His face was still cold and indifferent. Behind him, the crowd of geniuses followed closely behind, creating a mighty aura. Xiaqin didn't come? Xiao, too, stood beside Ling Xiao and looked puzzled. Haha, since the faceless jade wall can see the past and present lives, Xiaqin probably doesn't dare to come. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Xiaqin wouldn't dare to reveal such a secret. Otherwise, if Emperor God Qinyang found out, it would be a disaster. Although the realm barrier wasn't easy to break, accidents were the most common thing in the world. Wasn't it good to be alive? When the crowd reached the depths of the mountain, they saw an ancient stone wall standing quietly at the end of their vision. It was a place filled with dense spiritual energy. Golden light flowed on it and illusions were formed, revealing endless mysteries. Is this the faceless jade wall? Many prodigies of the ancient races were infatuated and anxious. After all, even though comprehending the Tao overnight was a legend, there would always be people who felt that they were the luckiest one. Probability had always been an opportunity for profit. Comprehending the Tao overnight, past or present life. In the crowd, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. If the wall was so miraculous, why did the Lord of Taishan still live in seclusion here, indifferent to fame and fortune? Where was his Tao heart? Don't joke around. If a person has strength, what they want is to be the master of heaven and earth. Everyone, relax your mind and guide your soul into this wall. You will be able to communicate with the profoundness within. Whether or not you can attain the Tao will depend on your luck. The Lord of Taishan waved his hand, and the spiritual mist that covered the jade wall instantly dispersed. The Sanskrit chants of the great Tao rumbled, reverberating through 30,000 miles. On top of Enlightenment Mountain, a divine rainbow fell from the sky, covering the sky. Countless proud sons of heaven of the ancient clans suddenly trembled. They obeyed Lord Taishuan's order and opened their minds, letting their spiritual souls enter the wall. Suddenly, there seemed to be mist rising from the faceless jade wall, turning into an endless vortex. It was like an illusory mansion of reincarnation, blooming with dazzling celestial light. This wall is ever-changing. Even I have not fully comprehended it. Whether it is good or bad depends on fate. Only you can see the fate within. As he finished speaking, the Lord of Taishan turned and was about to leave. Interesting. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at the Lord of Heaven. At this moment, the Lord of Heaven's old and deep eyes happened to look at him. When the two of them looked at each other, Ling Xiao only felt his vision go black. The demonic will in his body seemed to be attracted and was about to burst out. Ling Xiao's expression changed. The power of the laws around him surged instantly, but there was a hint of shock in his eyes. No wonder he was the #1 divine emperor of the eastern border. Even if his sea of consciousness was guarded by the ancient Panga stone, he almost lost his mind under his gaze. Moreover, how could he attract the demonic will in his body? In an instant, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a chill under his feet. Ever since he had transmigrated, he had always been the one controlling the fate of others. This was the first time he felt threatened. Whether it was the Lord of Taishan or the Lord of Heaven in front of him, they both made him feel a sense of crisis unconsciously. This feeling did not only come from the suppression of strength, but also a kind of panic that was out of control. As expected, this journey might have been too smooth and too comfortable. Ling Xiao had long known that his true identity as the Sky Demon would be exposed sooner or later. When that time came, it would be a situation that the world could not tolerate. However, he seemed to have underestimated this hidden danger all along. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that as long as he was cautious and secretly accumulated strength, he would be able to easily resolve the danger when that day came. If the sacred sect was destroyed, no one would dare to call him a demon. However, with the appearance of the Lord of Taishan, he realized that some things would not necessarily go as he thought. Comfort would only make people let down their guard, especially now when his name appeared more and more at the top of the eastern border. He was bound to attract more attention. He could not compete with the #1 God Emperor of the eastern border and did not dare to speculate, not to mention the Lord of the sacred sect who controlled the Xingzhou. I have to think of a way to make some arrangements in advance. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression had returned to normal. The Lord of Taishan had also looked away and walked into the distance. Past life and present life? My soul transmigrated here. I wonder if the Jade Wall saw me or Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and finally looked up at the strange stone wall. He separated a wisp of his spiritual soul and flew toward the stone wall. Since the Lord of Taishan had already noticed him, he was afraid that if he retreated now, it would be more suspicious. Moreover, it was not that Ling Xiao did not believe in past life and present life, but he was not afraid of it. In this life, he had a forbidden physique. It did not mean that he also had a forbidden physique in his previous life. Not to mention that his soul now came from a place that was not understood by the world. A wisp of his spiritual soul entering the wall could not affect his mind at all. Buzz! An ear-piercing, buzzing sound strangely sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Immediately after, his figure suddenly appeared in an extremely unfamiliar space. At the end of the space, a tall mountain towered into the sky. A figure, shrouded in demonic light, stood at the top of the mountain. Below him, countless strange-looking creatures rushed angrily like moths to a flame. Their bodies bloomed with flawless divine light. Further away, for dazzling golden divine shadows stood in the void. They were surrounded by vast immortal will and vigorous chi and blood. They were coldly looking at the peak that was drowned in golden light. At this moment, at the end of their sight, a black light suddenly tore through the sky. A pitch-black, demonic blade pierced through the void and slashed down furiously. Time seemed to have stopped, and the world became sad for an instant. The tens of thousands of creatures that had been roaring and running suddenly stopped in their tracks. Then, Ling Xiao watched in horror as flowers of blood began to bloom. It was as beautiful and enchanting as the netherworld sea. In just one breath, thousands of creatures died and blood turned into a long river. From the beginning to the end, the demonic shadow at the top of the mountain did not move a single step. However, at this moment, that pair of deep blood-red eyes seemed to be looking at Ling Xiao through time. Boom! Ling Xiao's eyes widened. His whole body seemed to have been hit hard, and he almost lost his balance. In his mind, the immemorial demonic blade also let out an ear-piercing cry. It was as if it was narrating a sad past from thousands of years ago. Who is that demonic shadow? Why can he see me? At this moment, Ling Xiao was more confused than ever. Chapter 250. Is that the sky demon? When Ling Xiao's eyes regained clarity, the peak of Enlightenment Mountain was as dark as ink. Not far away, Xiao Tu, Fu Yunyao, and Nian Qingyin stood on either side of him, looking at him nervously. How could this be? Although it was only an instant, an entire day had passed. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the jade wall. However, at this moment, the wall was already dark and lifeless. It was no different from a mountain rock. Previous life or current life? Was that figure from his previous life or his current life? Also, did that demon die or live an end? Young master, are you all right? Xiao, Tu, and Fu Yunyao walked over from afar looking worried. Did I do something? Ling Xiao was worried. Although he was only a spectator from the beginning to the end, he had witnessed the scene of the demons slaughtering the common people. However, this matter was related to the sky demon's true body. If he lost control in the illusion, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. With only a wisp of his divine soul and the ancient Panga stone, he was still unable to resist the mysterious power in the stone wall. It turned out that this world was 10,000 times more dangerous than he had imagined. The god's view was his golden finger. However, if he relied too much on it, he would lose himself. What did you do? Xiao, Tu, and Fu Yunyao looked at each other and shook their heads. Young master has been standing here for an entire day. Did you see something in the stone wall? You didn't see it. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Damn, could it be a conspiracy? I'm a sculptor. Was I played by someone today? No, I didn't see anything. The two shook their heads in disappointment. At this moment, Nian Qingyin suddenly walked over from afar and looked at Ling Xiao without saying a word. You saw it. Ling Xiao frowned. Nian Qingyin only nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes were slightly red. What did you see? Ling Xiao, let's end this ill-fated relationship here tomorrow. In the end, Nian Qingyin didn't say anything. She turned around and walked down the mountain. The cool night breeze blew away the moonlight. A lonely figure, leaving behind thousands of strands of black hair. The person in his eyes could mess up anyone's heart. The endless wheel was imprinted in the dusk. Disturbance? Stability? He finally understood that joy and sorrow only lasted for an instant. The moon shines on my tears. Love is a disturbance. The clouds and flowers bloom and scatter into traces. Despite the changes in the sea, he was waiting for someone. Love is stability. Whose heart does it beat without a sound? Even if the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, I am willing to be the person by your side. Tears flowed down Nian Qingyun's beautiful face like pearls from a broken necklace. They hit the blue stones in the mountains, emitting a bright light. If the final destination on the wall is the root of my unbreakable love, Ling Xiao, forget about it. What happened to her? Looking at the lonely figure, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable sense of annoyance. Nian Qingyun's temperament was still cold, and her words were no different from usual. However, Ling Xiao had a nagging feeling that something was not quite right. Taishian's sect. Since you are so mysterious, you must have been targeted by the saint. If Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and killing intent rose in his heart, he would never allow any threatening person or force to exist. Since there was something wrong with sect Master Taishian and Taoist Master Taishian, he had to find a way to get rid of them. Mystery would make people fearful. However, if Taoist Master Taishian was a demon, could Taishian's sect withstand the sanctions of the saint? As for whether they were in cahoots, there was no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world. Given the ruthlessness of the saint, they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go easily. He had to find a way to put the blame on Taoist Master Taishian. The mysterious reincarnator of the demon path was hidden under the nose of the saint. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to walk down the mountain. Since sect Master Taishian did not attack him at this time, he most likely did not realize the secret in him. Otherwise, Taishian's sect would not sit back and do nothing once such a forbidden body appeared. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt a little uneasy. After all, only the dead would keep secrets forever. The true identity of the sky demon would be exposed sooner or later. He might as well make some plans early. The Tao of reincarnation should taste quite good, right? I am not greedy for the good fortune in you. It is your blind eyes that have covered the light in this world. When there was no one left on the peak of Enlightenment Mountain, two figures walked out from under the jade wall. It was sect Master Taishian and Taoist Master Taishian. Taoist Master, have you seen Ling Xiao's past and present life clearly? Sect Master Taishuan's voice was humble as he stood beside Taoist Master Taishian like a servant. It was only a wisp of his spiritual soul. I did not see it clearly, but the aura in his body should not be wrong. Taoist Master Taishian shook his head slightly, his face calm. Finally, you are here. The goddess of the Tao Palace is a little interesting. The goddess of the Tao Palace? Are you talking about Nian Qinyan? Yes, she is not from this world. But never mind. When the secret realm opens this time, I will go there personally. The truth will be revealed then. Taoist Master Taishuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Whether it is or not, it will depend on his good fortune. In Enlightenment City, Ling Xiao sat in his room, drinking alone. He was not drunk yet. Fu Yinyao and Xiao, too, had returned to their rooms. A bright moon shone in the sky outside the window. Enlightenment City was a little quiet tonight. Tomorrow was the 1,000 sect martial meeting. After that, the secret realm would open. With Lin Shi and Xia Chen's strength, they would definitely enter the secret realm to fight for the good fortune. Lin Shi was no longer a concern. Ling Xiao had not figured out who Xia Chen was relying on. But with Xue Yu by his side, the latter's whereabouts would not be a secret. As for Taoist Master Taishian, would he enter the secret realm this time? When the time came, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a demonic light. I will kill, and you will take the blame. In the future, you will be the true demon of Taishian. What evil tricks are you up to now? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking secretly, a cold girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and the power of the Tao laws around him almost turned into an attack. In the blink of an eye, he calmed down. Feng Ling. F***CK. I've been a villain for a long time. I always feel that there will be wicked people who want to harm me. Humph, look at how serious you are. I'm afraid someone is going to be unlucky again, right? Feng Ling, who was dressed in black, walked to Ling Xiao, picked up the divine wine in front of Ling Xiao, and drank more than half of it in one gulp. However, before the wine entered her throat, she spat it out instantly. Coincidentally, it sprayed on Ling Xiao's face. What is this? It tastes so bad. Feng Ling's eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, it was her first time drinking wine. Her little face was already red. This is called worry-free medicine. What does a little girl like you know? Ling Xiao sneered, picked up the wine cup, and drank it in one gulp. Ling Xiao, do you have something that you can't say? This medicine tastes so bad. How did you drink it? Chapter 251. What do you know? This worry-free medicine is also known as quelling qianqiu. 1 cup will make you forget yourself. 2 cups will make you forget your love. And 3 cups will make you achieve Tao. Ling Xiao took out a jade cup from his interspatial ring and placed it in front of Feng Ling suddenly. A sinister look flashed across his eyes. This little girl had never drunk wine before. Why not get her drunk and test her strength? Quelling qianqiu? Achieve Tao? Is it that magical? Feng Ling's little face flashed with surprise. Then she stared at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Why are you looking at me like that? Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Could it be that this little girl had seen through his intentions? 3 cups? Will I be able to fight with you like your fiancé after I drink it? Feng Ling's big black eyes flashed with excitement. Obviously, she was very curious about that kind of battle. Whether I fight or not depends on my mood. But you, where have you been recently? Why haven't you seen me? Humph. I just finished the spiritual materials you gave me last time. I've been sleeping recently. Feng Ling snorted. Of course. She couldn't admit that she was angry because Ling Xiao blocked her divine sense. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. I gave it to you. Ling Xiao curled his lips. When the hell did I give it to you? Why is it so refreshing to talk about snatching now? Actually, it's not important. Come, taste my quelling qianqiu. Ling Xiao took out a jar of wine and filled Feng Ling's cup. The latter frowned and took a sip. Needless to say, this medicine was indeed a little interesting. The spiritual energy contained in it was even denser than the spiritual ingredients she had eaten. What did you see at the top of the mountain just now? Just as Ling Xiao was watching Feng Ling drink with a sinister expression, the little girl suddenly raised her head to look at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Ha ha. You look a little cute when you drink medicine. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Damn, he wasn't even focused when he was drinking. It was obvious that he wasn't someone who could accomplish anything. Humph, your appearance on the mountain peak earlier was very strange. However, it was also somewhat frightening. Feng Ling didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiao and continued to sip the wine in her cup. Gradually, her charming face turned a little red, and her pair of black eyes carried a rare trace of confusion. How did you know? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression changed. He had clearly blocked Feng Ling's divine sense. So how could she know what had happened today? It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move on this mysterious girl. He truly didn't have enough confidence to deal with a great demon of the 9th level. Be it the Lord of Taixuan or the Taoist, they could still make plans. But this girl stayed in the demon, suppressing pagoda all day long. Her aura was illusory, and even layered shadow, a great demon expert in illusions, was toyed with in the palm of her hand. If Ling Xiao showed any signs of hostility, he would be killed by Feng Ling very quickly. I came out the moment you came up the mountain. Feng Ling glanced at Ling Xiao unconcernedly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. That's it. Every time she saw this guy's panicked and hesitant look, she felt inexplicably happy. Humph! This is what you get for throwing me into that crappy stone and blocking my divine sense. See how I deal with you. You came out? You can see the secret on the jade wall? I can't. Feng Ling shook her head. However, just as Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with disappointment, a sly smile appeared on her face. However, that old man and the young man beside him have a familiar aura. What? In an instant, Ling Zhao's face turned completely blank. An aura that Feng Ling was familiar with? It was either a demon or a demon slayer. In Ling Zhao's mind, the scene he saw on the stone wall today began to appear. The blood blossoming from the death of thousands of living beings was the most dazzling massacre he had ever seen in his life. However, the 4 creatures that hadn't moved the entire time were clearly the ones that had started the battle. Also, according to Ling Zhao's guess, the demon on the mountain peak had most likely died. Otherwise, why would there be a legend of the sky demon fighting against the 4 gods? Who are they? Ling Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with coldness. Why should I tell you? Feng Ling sneered, tilted her head back, and poured all the immortal wine into her mouth. Ha! Feng Ling, how's my medicine? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. Little girl, I don't believe you won't tell me the truth after I get you drunk. Ling Xiao was even considering whether he should put something fun in the wine. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. That day, he drugged Nian Qingyun because he had the power to control the situation. In other words, even if Nian Qingyun sensed something was wrong, she was no match for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had no confidence in dealing with this girl who came from the 9th floor of the ancient pagoda. If he destroyed their current relationship, Ling Xiao couldn't guess what would happen next. Or rather, he didn't dare to take the risk. Yes, I do feel full of energy after drinking it. Feng Ling's little head was dizzy, but she increasingly felt that Xia Qianqiu was really a good thing. After drinking it, she felt like she was floating. For sealed spirit, this feeling was novel, wonderful, and joyful. 1,000 years of loneliness and unchanging darkness. There was not much difference between sadness and joy. It wasn't until she met Ling Xiao that she felt that the pagoda had color. Come on, drink more. Let me tell you, I only drink this spirit medicine with my best friends. It's very precious. Oh. Feng Ling didn't doubt him and drank 9 more cups of immortal wine. Her face was flushed and her eyes were full of confusion. Feng Ling, now you can tell me whose sect Master Taixian and the path chosen are, right? Seeing that the time was almost right, Ling Zhao's face suddenly became gloomy and he whispered in Feng Ling's ear. They are. Before Feng Ling finished speaking, her body suddenly tilted and she fell directly to the ground, breathing evenly. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed and his mouth opened slightly. He couldn't react for a long time. Damn, this girl was actually drunk. At this moment, Ling Xiao wanted to kick the girl on the ground to wake her up, but in the end his rationality told him that if he did that, this book might end. He immediately bent down and punched Feng Ling's chest with his fist. Hey, wake up! Boom! At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly surged out of Feng Ling's body. It was like a mountain that could overturn heaven and earth. Just a wisp of it overturned Ling Xiao on the ground. The entire restaurant was instantly filled with the sound of wind breaking through the air. There were even some beautiful girls who didn't even have time to put on their clothes and fled to the street in a panic, attracting countless righteous gazes. Ah, stinky pervert! Don't look. Silly girl! Don't cover there. It's the same everywhere. Cover your face. That fluctuation just now, did someone go berserk? Not necessarily, it could be some weird habit. It's so scary, I just peed. Countless cultivators stood on the street and looked up at the top of the restaurant with a strong sense of fear in their eyes. Gulp. Ling Xiao swallowed hard and climbed up from the ground in a panic. His eyes were also full of shock. Feng Ling, on the other hand, simply flipped her body to a more comfortable position and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 252. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he did not think of other things while Feng Ling was asleep. Otherwise, there would be an extra slot for the myriad sect martial meet tomorrow. The suppressive force just now was not spiritual energy or Tao law. It was more like a kind of origin energy. But other than the origin energy derived from the heavenly Tao, what else in this world could directly cultivate the origin energy? At this moment, Ling Xiao's expression was inexplicably solemn. It was even more terrifying. The image of Feng Ling in his heart had now exceeded the scope of a demon. However, such a powerful lowly was someone who had never entered the world. The simpler and purer the heart, the harder it was to capture. Anyone who had experienced setbacks, even if they had a flawless Tao heart, would still have desires. Feng Ling was different. It seemed like she had never walked out of the glazed ancient pagoda. Therefore, everything in the world was pure to her. It would be difficult to tempt such a person no matter what you tried to do. After all, she did not know what was precious and what was ordinary. Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed and did not dare to touch Feng Ling again. He turned and walked to the window, closed his eyes and cultivated. The next day, the sky gradually brightened. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened. The space in the entire room rippled slightly, and Feng Ling disappeared before his eyes. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. In a flash, he appeared in the demon, subduing pagoda. Master! However, before his figure landed, a shrill roar instantly sounded. It scared Ling Xiao so much that his body trembled, and he almost brandished his saber on the spot. Damn you! Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. When he turned his head again, his eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, Miang's figure was standing behind him in an extremely sorry state. His monkey face was swollen like a pig's head. What happened? Ever since Ling Xiao kept the glazed ancient pagoda in the Soul Palace, although it blocked Feng Ling's soul from prying, Miang and the others' divine senses were also isolated inside. Was it the overlapping shadows, or the demonic monk on the third floor? Master! Miang fell to his knees and hugged Ling Xiao's thigh with both hands. He wailed, Master, I beg you, please don't let Lord Sealed Spirit drink any more. Huh. Ling Xiao's mouth was slightly agape as he looked at Miang in disbelief. You mean, last night Lord Feng Ling came back and insisted on having a match with me. Wu, Lord, I beg you, please don't let Lord Feng Ling drink any more. This, Ling Xiao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that this girl's alcohol tolerance wasn't that good. It seemed that he would have to change his strategy in the future. Otherwise, if she insisted on sparring with him one day, wouldn't he be beaten to death by her? To be able to beat Miang, an 8th stage divine marquis, into such a state, that little girl's battle prowess hiss. Young master! Xiao Tu's voice came from outside the door. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and retreated from the pagoda. When he saw Xiao Tu and Fu Yinyao standing in front of him, his expression inexplicably turned grave. With his strength, he naturally didn't think much of the Eastern Border's prodigies. Even if Xia Qin had a trump card that even the God Emperors coveted, he wouldn't dare to use it unless it was a matter of life and death. As for Nian Qingyan, Ling Xiao was now a divine general expert with 3 Tao laws. No matter how lucky Nian Qingyan was, how could she be a match for him? However, Xiao Tu was bound to challenge Xia Qin today. With Xiao Tu's strength, this battle boded ill rather than well. However, would Xiao Tu be able to force Xia Qin to reveal his trump card? Xiao Tu, don't be hasty in today's battle. You can't kill Xiaqin, but I can kill him for you and save your life." Ling Xiao gave Xiao Tu a deep look, then turned and walked out of the pagoda. Xiao Tu's eyes darkened when he heard that. He knew that he was no match for Xiaqin, but some grudges couldn't be easily avenged by others. Today, Tao Comprehension Mountain was filled with heavenly clouds and divine music. It was a lively scene. In front of the main hall at the peak of the mountain, a blue stone battle platform that was thousands of feet long appeared out of thin air. It was faintly divided into 8 areas. In the middle, there was a high platform that could accommodate about 100 people. Tao, Master Taishian, and the other Tao sect elders stood in front of the main hall and looked coldly at the countless prodigies in front of them. Today, after the martial arts competition, the mystic realm would open. However, they didn't know how many of these Eastern Borders youths would live, die, and attain the Tao. Wow, there are so many people. Ling Xiao descended from the sky and looked at the sea of people in front of him with a smile on his face. Although there were a few lucky ones among these 1,000 people, there was still a huge gap between them and Xiaqin and Yan Qingyan. Lin, she hid behind the crowd and changed his appearance again. This leak was almost ripe. This mystic realm was the beginning of his reincarnation. Everyone. When the sun was high in the sky, Tao Master Taishuan's voice sounded leisurely. Instantly, the prodigies felt their consciousness tremble and their eyes were filled with shock. He was indeed the top emperor of the Eastern Border. His words and actions were full of supreme majesty. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. After the mystic realm, Tao sect Taishian would be in trouble. It didn't matter if Tao Master Taishian entered the mystic realm or not. He would have to go in anyway. When the time came, Tao Master, don't. Tao Master is really a demon. The 1,000 sect martial arts competition will begin today. However, there are too many people in this year's competition, so Tao sect Taishian has decided to change the rules. Do you have any objections? Wherever Tao Master Taishian looked, all the prodigies bowed their heads. There are 8 areas in one battle platform. I will put you in one of them. In the end, 20 people from each area can go to the central battle platform to determine the ranking and win fame and treasures. Of course, these 160 prodigies will also have the opportunity to enter the last repose. The last repose? Is that the true name of the mystic realm? Countless prodigies' expressions changed. Compared to the Tianyuan mystic realm, the last repose was obviously more impressive and more intimidating. However, since it was the last repose, there must be some inheritance in it. However, why did Tao sect Taishian guard it for hundreds of years and not take it for themselves? Sect master, I don't understand. In this way, even if the disciples are powerful but have no background, won't they be beaten up by the crowd? Suddenly, a prodigy stepped forward from the crowd and faced Tao Master Taishian. Beside him, Lin, she also stepped forward. Obviously, he also wanted to express his opinion. However, someone else beat him to it. F***CK. Why can't I be in the limelight? Very well. You are right. You can go down the mountain. Does anyone else have any objections? Tao Master Taishian didn't even explain. He waved his hand, and the disciple who was filled with righteous indignation just now disappeared. Gulp. Beside him, Lin, she swallowed hard and quietly took a step back. Chapter 253. The top 3 of this year's competition will be rewarded with a peerless divine weapon. On the fighting stage, life and death will be decided. Everyone get ready. The sect lord of Taishian glanced at the crowd with clear eyes and suddenly waved his hand. A beam of divine light flashed by. Everyone felt dizzy, and then they appeared on the 1,000-foot-tall battle platform. Huh. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Xiao Tu was no longer beside him. Only Fu Yuniao was looking at him blankly. Beside the 2 of them hundreds of talents from the ancient sects trembled and fled into the distance. Boom! At the same time, streaks of terrifying spiritual energy began to explode all over the battle platform. In a short period of time, countless figures were blasted into pieces of flesh and blood all over the ground. Ling Xiao looked at everything coldly. Thunder surged around him to prevent a sneak attack. "Young master, it's okay. They don't have the guts." Ling Xiao grinned. His gaze passed through the fighting ring and looked at the old figure in front of the main hall. He had no objection to sect Master Taishuan's actions. Killing was indeed the fastest way to grow. As for whether it was fair or not, if the rule maker said it was fair, it was probably fair. Moreover, without sufficient resources, background, and support, those so-called mountain geniuses would most likely perish in the land of the last repose. Dying early or dying late didn't make any difference. Ling Xiao just couldn't figure out why sect Master Taishan had been willing to use spiritual treasures to attract talents to fight for hundreds of years. They were also willing to open a secret realm for them to gain experience. What benefits did sect Master Taishan get in the end? This was the smell of conspiracy. Behind Ling Xiao, the cry of a sword suddenly rose into the sky, but the moment he turned his head, he saw a figure suddenly stop in midair, looking at him with a terrified expression. "Damn, I was careless. It's Ling Xiao. Young master. I was wondering why there was no one around him. I wanted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Damn. Young master." The talent fell to the ground and knelt down. "I'll do it myself." Ling Xiao's brows twitched, only to see the ancient sect's genius directly stabbing his sword into his own chest. After which, he turned and flew off the platform. The fighting continued, and the strong smell of blood gradually filled the entire Enlightenment Peak. However, the battle platform that Ling Xiao was in had fallen into an extremely strange situation. If you want to stay on the stage, each of you has to take out a divine artifact. Ling Xiao walked in front of the crowd and looked at them coldly. Hearing this, many heaven's favorites did not dare to hesitate. They all offered up their treasures in hopes of escaping from this descendant of the Ling people. A mid-grade divine artifact. Not bad. You can keep it. Low-grade divine artifact. Are you going to do it yourself, or do you need my help? What? You're willing to give yourself to me? You're insulting my character. Scram! In an instant, many prodigies and holy princes were flung out of the battle stage by Ling Xiao. In a short moment, the area of 300 meters was already empty. The remaining 20 heavens favorites hugged their chests and curled up on one side of the battle stage. Their bodies trembled as they stared at the silhouette not far away. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had not revealed his true strength. Of course, with his fierce reputation, no one dared to provoke him. This competition seemed to have ended the moment Ling Xiao appeared. "You come here." Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something and called over one of the heaven's favorites. Young master, I've given you the divine artifact." That person fell to his knees in front of Ling Xiao with a plop, waiting for his punishment with a terrified expression. "Don't be nervous. I'm a man of my word. Right now, I just want to borrow some of your blood." Ling Xiao grinned and took out a beast's guts from his heaven-earth pouch. He placed it next to the heaven's favorite's mouth and slapped him on the back. "Pucci." "Not enough. Give me more." "Pucci. Pucci." Only when the heaven's favorite's face turned pale and he collapsed on the ground, powerlessly did Ling Xiao look at the remaining heaven's favorites. Gulp. Their bodies trembled as they felt the urge to pee. At this moment, they finally understood that the phrase killing people and drinking their blood was not used to describe their young master's cruelty. It was used to describe the truth. You are all good people. You gave me a divine artifact and gave me your blood. Good people will be rewarded. Look, you are still standing here. Those bad, People have been beaten down by me. F***CK. Hearing this, all the heaven's favorites had tears in their eyes. Their lips trembled as they said, "Young master is righteous." When the beast's guts were filled with blood, Ling Shao looked at everyone meaningfully. He walked to the dividing line and looked at the two figures leaning against each other in the distance. Ling Tian held a divine sword in his hand and was surrounded by Dao laws. A casual sword strike could cause endless waves of blood to splatter. Behind him, Yi Sinner was wrapped in a jade-green vitality. An endless stream of vitality flowed into Ling Tian's head and washed away his fatigue. Haha, Ling Tian, what a coincidence. At this moment, four people suddenly walked out of the crowd. Their auras were at the mid-stage of Paoang. The leader was the young master of the Hunyuan ancient sect, Shangguan Qinghe. Shangguan Qinghe. Ling Tian and Yi Sinner's expressions changed at the same time. There was a strong sense of vigilance in their eyes. The young master of the Hunyuan ancient sect was also a Dao prodigy. That day in Enlightenment City, Ling Tian had been humiliated by him. If Ling Shao had not appeared at the critical moment, he would have chopped off one of Ling Tian's arms. Similarly, although Shangguan Qing, he could not defeat Ling Shao, the resentment in his heart did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The humiliation that day had almost caused his Dao heart to collapse. Of course, this hatred had to be paid with Ling Tian's blood. Fortunately, Ling Shao was not in this area now. How could Ling Tian and Yi Sinner be a match for him? Haha, what a joke. Junior brother Ling Tian, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Shangguan Qinghe smiled faintly as the chaotic energy around him whizzed out. Many of the geniuses from the ancient sects around him stopped fighting one after another and fled to the distance to hide. There are countless fortunes in the land of the last emperor. However, Ling Tian, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. Even if I can't kill you today, humiliating you will be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. However, just as Shangguan Qing, he was about to step forward and walk toward Ling Tian. A light cough suddenly came from the edge of the fighting ring in the distance. Cough, cough. Shangguan Qing, his expression froze. When he turned his head, he saw a familiar white-robed figure standing in the distance, looking at him coldly. Ling Shao. Suddenly, Shangguan Qing, his body trembled, and he almost lost his balance. The coldness on his face disappeared. He nodded at Ling Tian and Yi Sinner with a smile. The spiritual light around him engulfed the heavens and the earth. He directly rushed toward the disciples who were surrounding Ling Tian and Yi Sinner. What a joke! He, Shangguan Qinghe, was the Eastern Borders prodigy, and he was surrounded by Dao laws. However, Ling Zhao's palm strike that day had almost killed him. Now, in front of the successor of Ling people, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to openly go against Ling Tian. After all, Ling Shao seemed to dote on his younger brother very much. It seemed that he could only think of a way to kill Ling Tian after entering the secret territory. Ling Tian's expression was also dull for a moment. Then, as if he had sensed something, he turned his head and happened to see Ling Shao turn around and leave. A trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. It's you again! The feeling of being protected by Ling Shao did not make him feel lucky at all. Instead, it made the resentment in the bottom of his heart grow even stronger. Why would I, Ling Tian, need your protection? After enduring for 7 years, he did not expect that in the end, he was still living under Ling Tian's shadow. Why did Shangguan Qing suddenly leave? Yi Sinner's pretty face froze, and the surging power of Dao around her gradually dissipated. However, at this time, Ling Tian did not say anything. Instead, he stared at the figure in the distance. The celestial sword in his hand swallowed and spat out a sharp light, evolving into a mysterious force. Ling Shao, just you wait. When my celestial art is completed, see how I kill you. On the other side, Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, but his heart could not help but tremble slightly for a moment. 3,000 providence. It had only been a few days, but Ling Tian's providence had increased again. Good fellow, the more setbacks you face, the braver you become. It was not in vain for me to endure the scolding of so many people and let you grow. Work hard, my little brother. You're much more useful than an ordinary son of heaven's mandate. Ling Xiao's figure went around the battle platform and appeared on the other side of the dividing line. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly focused. In another area, he saw Xiao Tu standing in the center of the battle platform, covered in blood, coldly looking at the tall figure in front of him. Xiaqin, the two of them finally met. Chapter 254. I to you too. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Really? Do you think you won't dare to do that just because you're with Leng Xiao? Xia Chun sneered and looked at the young man in front of him. His teeth had long been shattered by Ling Xiao's slap. Although they had grown back now, they were obviously still a little leaky. Xia Qin, you have the ambition of a wolf. You killed 87 members of my Xiao family. Today I will avenge them. Xiao Tu gritted his teeth. Demonic light shot into the sky from his body. His eyes were shining with a strange light. Beat me up. Xia Qin smiled disdainfully. He looked up at the edge of the battle platform and narrowed his eyes. Ling Xiao. However, the two of them had turned against each other because of Nian Qinyan. Xia Chen wanted to get Nian Qinyan, so he had to kill the successor of Ling people. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Since Xiao Tu was Ling Xiao's henchman, killing him would weaken his power. Why not? After all, he couldn't cross the barrier set up by sect Master Taishin. Could he stop him with his eyes? What a joke! When I, Xia Qin, dominated the universe, you weren't even born yet. In my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. As long as we enter the secret realm, I'll let you know the true meaning of my name. Xia Qin Dai. Xiao Tu roared and rushed forward like the wind. The ancient sword in his hand shone with a dazzling demonic light. However, Xia Qin didn't care about it at all. He only reached out and grabbed the sword light. How dare a piece of trash who hasn't even comprehended the laws of Tao challenge me? What's wrong with this world? You're drinking so early in the morning. You're drinking so much just for a few dishes. F***CK. Unparalleled sword will fell from the sky and fell on Xia Chen's head like a demon. Xia Chen's eyes turned cold. Divine light bloomed on his palms. However, Xiao Tu's sword strike, which appeared to be immensely powerful, was easily caught in his hand. The sky demon Qi strangely stopped. Xiao Tu also stopped 3 feet in front of Xia Qin. There was a hint of panic on his face. This is your strength, fourth? I to you too, you are too weak. After Xia Qin finished speaking, he did not forget to glance at Ling Xiao with a provocative smile on his face. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao only looked at him calmly, as if he wasn't surprised at all that Xiao Tu had been stopped. Forget it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xia Qin shook his head and chuckled. He suddenly clenched his fist and shattered the ancient sword in his hand. Xiao Tu immediately retreated in a sorry state. But I don't want to kill you so easily. Xia Chan smiled sinisterly and chased after Xiao Tu with light steps. At this moment, he intentionally forced Xiao Tu to retreat in front of Ling Xiao. Every time he attacked, Xiao Tu would vomit blood, and his aura would gradually weaken. However, Ling Xiao was still unmoved by this. There was even a trace of ridicule in his eyes as he let out a deafening roar. Xia Qin, if you dare to kill him, I will never let you off. Xiao Tu was no match for Xia Qin, but he was not that weak. It was obvious that he was deliberately luring Xia Qin to lower his guard so that he could deliver a fatal blow. Wonderful. It seems that Xiao Tu has learned a lot from me. This boldness and strategy was much more ruthless than Lin Shi's. Not bad, he was more like a villain's lackey. You won't let me off? You make it sound like you'll let me off if I stop now. Xia Qin completely ignored Ling Xiao's threat. He didn't want to make too many enemies, but since he had already fallen out with Ling Xiao, how could he, the assassin emperor, be threatened? Pucci. It wasn't until Xiao Tu crashed into the barrier in front of Ling Xiao that Xia Qin stopped his humiliating attack. At this moment, on both sides of the battle platform, everyone's eyes were focused on the figure whose chest was almost caved in. After all, only a few people knew about the conflict between Xiao Tu and Xia Qin. However, there was probably no one in Dao Enlightenment City who didn't know about the conflict between Xia Qin and Ling Xiao. It was true that a man would fly into a rage over a woman since ancient times. However, if he didn't do it well, his head might explode. Xia Qin was really arrogant. He actually dared to humiliate his senior brother in front of Ling Xiao, the devil incarnate. I'm very curious. Who gave you the courage to provoke me? A hint of mockery flashed through Xia Chen's eyes. Ling Xiao was indeed the strongest opponent he had encountered since his rebirth. However, if he wanted to kill him, Xiao Tu wouldn't be able to resist at all, since that treasure could attract the greed of the God Emperor. How could it be something that an ant in the Powong realm could contend against? Some money is useless. In your next life, be my dog, and I'll let you regain your glory. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qin no longer hesitated. He abruptly stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Tu's neck as if he was tearing through space. Remember, the one who will kill you is Xia Qin. This was the moment. A smile bloomed on both Ling Xiao and Xiao Tu's faces at the same time. Humans would always let down their guard the moment they achieved something. With Xiao Tu's strength, even if he used all his skills, he wouldn't be able to kill Xia Qin, the son of destiny. However, if he could test out his trump card, it would be a gain for Ling Xiao. If he wanted a soul slave, there would naturally be countless people willing to sacrifice themselves. Xiao Tu's role was probably to sacrifice his life and protect him on his path to immortality. Suddenly, Xia Qin felt a little uneasy. In particular, the bloody smile on Xiao Tu's face made Xia Chen's body unconsciously surge with a terrifying spirit light. It's too late. Xiao Tu grinned. His eyes were as ferocious as a demon's. Then, thousands of ripples suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sharp will seal. The soul light that was as vast as the tide appeared out of thin air. In just half a breath's time, it turned into the shape of an ancient seal and pressed down on Xia Qin. Flowing light bloomed on it, drawing endless mysteries. At such a close distance, Xia Qin couldn't dodge at all. Damn it, it's actually a divine soul attack. At this moment, Xia Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess, but he didn't look as flustered as Ling Xiao had imagined. A black spiritual bead suddenly appeared in his eyes. When Xiao Tu's soul skill landed on the bead, it inexplicably disappeared without a trace. It's this treasure. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a flash of light. He had guessed that since Xia Chen could be reborn, the treasure on him must be related to the divine soul. Therefore, he never really stopped Xiao Tu from taking revenge, and even gave him a soul skill to cultivate. It was the most suitable for him to test Xia Qin. But Ling Xiao really didn't expect this treasure to be so strange. It could directly refine the divine soul. One had to know that even the ancient Panga stone in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness could only suppress the divine soul. If he wanted to refine it, he would have to transform into the sky demon true body and swallow the divine soul into his body. But looking at Xia Chen's method just now, it could directly swallow the divine soul? Interesting. As expected of a treasure that could attract the greed of a god emperor. Chapter 255. Is it over? Xiao Tu stared blankly at the calm Xia Chen in front of him. and an inexplicable sense of exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed his mind. His physical body had been almost shattered by Xia Chen's attacks, and now that he had used all his spirit power, he no longer had the strength to resist. He didn't expect this. Even though he cultivated desperately and schemed cleverly, he still couldn't withstand a single blow from Xia Chen. In fact, if it weren't for the cultivation technique that Lord Ling Xiao had given him, he probably wouldn't have been able to plot against Xia Chen at all. But even so, in the face of absolute strength, all means were useless. Young master. Xiao too slowly turned his head and looked at the young man in white standing not far away. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Avenge me and repay my kindness in the next life. After saying that, Xiao Tu bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. You won't die. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and raised his head to look at Xia Chen. His eyes remained calm. I won't die. Xia Chen glanced gloomily at Sect Master Taishan, who was standing in front of the hall. When he saw that Sect Master Taishan wasn't looking at him, he heaved a sigh of relief. The supreme treasure in his sea of consciousness was called the soul-sucking pearl, which was the ultimate treasure of the Ghost Clan and was not tolerated by the human clan. Back then, when he fought against the Ghost Clan, he encountered a top Ghost Clan cultivator and fought for 7 days and 7 nights before he killed him with the Tao of Massacre. At the same time, he obtained the soul-sucking pearl. Of course, this supreme treasure of other clans would be labeled as evil if it fell into the hands of the human clan. However, the power of this pearl was terrifying and could kill souls. Although Xia Chen didn't dare to use it to attack, he often used it to block spirit attacks, which was wonderful. Back then, Qing Yang and Qi Luo coveted this treasure and thought that it was a spirit treasure, so they tried to kill him. Unfortunately, even if this evil treasure fell into Qing Yang's hands, it would only lead to endless disasters and would be unforgivable. He didn't expect that he, the killer emperor, would be killed by his best brother and the woman he loved the most before he died in the hands of others because of this evil treasure. Fortunately, Xia Chen left a wisp of his spirit in the pearl before he died. In the end, he shattered the void with the power of Tao and landed in the Xingzhou. This was also the place where Xia Chen was born. Everything was predestined. Die because of the pearl, live because of the pearl. In this life, Xia Chen swore that he would prove his Tao through slaughter and achieve supreme fame. As for the pearl, he would keep it with him as a trump card. Of course, if he hadn't been forced by the situation earlier, he would have absolutely not dared to utilize this evil treasure in front of others. However, every Eastern Border prodigy had a life-saving trump card. He had never killed anyone with this bead. Even the Lord of Taishan would not be able to tell that this treasure was evil. After all, no matter how strong this Tao Lord was, he was just a native of the lower realm. If I say that he will die today, not even the heavenly king will be able to save him. Xia Chen sneered as his resentment toward Xiao Tu grew even stronger. That damned and actually dared to plot against me. He truly did not expect that a mere youth from the lower realm would actually grasp such a terrifying soul cultivation method. It seemed that Xiao Tu had some secrets as well, but the more it was like this, the more he couldn't give it too much time. Otherwise, once he matured, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't become a threat. Ling Xiao, who do you think you are? Once we enter the last repose, I will pick a quiet mountain range at night and invite you to climb a mountain. Buzz. The power of the Great Path turned into a blade in Xia Chen's hand as he slowly walked toward Xiao Tuesday, young master. Fu Yinyao stood beside Ling Xiao. Her pretty face was already pale. However, with the barrier set up by the Lord of Taishan, even Ling Xiao would be helpless, let alone her. The pearl is not bad. I like it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He suddenly stepped forward and appeared in front of Xia Chen in an instant. The sneer on Xia Chen's face had not even disappeared. It completely froze at this moment. You, beep. The chosen ones will has been shaken. Congratulations to the host for plundering 300 luck points, and 3,000 villain points. Xia Chen looked at the white-robed figure that seemed to have descended from the void with fear in his eyes. He swallowed hard. F***CK. I told you, you must be patient and keep a low profile in this life. Don't be pretentious. Otherwise, your face will definitely hurt. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap resounded through the entire Enlightenment Mountain. As for the geniuses of the ancient clan sects who had already finished their battles, they were all dumbstruck as they stared at the figure that was sent flying backwards. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. How is this possible? He cheated. No. Did the Lord of Taishan see through my secret? Did he deliberately let Ling Xiao in to test me? In an instant, hundreds of thoughts ran through Xia Chen's mind. In the end, he landed on the ground in an embarrassing position and slid 1,000 feet away. His new teeth that had just grown out were once again shattered into pieces. In front of the main hall, the Lord of Taishan frowned slightly and glanced at Ling Xiao with some surprise. The energy waves on this kid just now, as expected of him. Heavenly King? I don't know what Heavenly King is, but I am here. What can you do to me? Ling Xiao stood beside Xiao Tuesday. His eyes were clear, but the words that came out of his mouth were inexplicably shocking, especially Shangwan Qinghe in the neighboring area. At this moment, his hands were clenched tightly, his eyes were agitated, and his body could not help but tremble. I knew that Ling Xiao's methods were strange. Acting pretentious in front of him would definitely not end well. I am such a clever little brat. In the future, please call me Brother Fruit loudly. You cheated. Xia Chen screamed in despair. He did not dare to use the power of the evil bead on the Enlightenment Mountain. Otherwise, if the Lord of Taishan saw through it, he would definitely lose both his life and the bead. With his current strength, it was simply impossible for him to be Ling Xiao's match. So, what was the use of all his schemes? Of course, at this moment, if Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely patiently comfort him. Little Leek, you are thinking too much. How could I bear to kill you here? The light and heat on your body make me feel very warm. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound came from the distance. The Lord of Taishuan's figure descended from the sky and stood above everyone's head. All 160 geniuses have been born. Everyone, please go to the central battle platform. Gulp. Hearing this, Xia Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. As expected, I am the heavenly mandate and have the protection of the heavenly path. Even Qingyang and Qi Luo could not kill me. Ling Xiao, it is absolutely impossible for you to kill me. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not even look at him. He took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Tuesday. Eat it. I will avenge you. Thank you, young master. If Xiao Tu had previously submitted to Ling Xiao because of the soul seal and fear, then, at this moment, he was willing to die for the young man in front of him from the bottom of his heart. The favor of saving his life, the supreme fortune. It was all bestowed by the young master. In this life, Xiao Tu will only follow the young master's lead. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned his head to look in the direction of the central battle platform. There was a peerlessly beautiful figure in white standing there, and a pair of clear and cold eyes were looking towards him. Chapter 256. It seems that it's time to end this ill-fated relationship. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and appeared on the fighting ring in a flash. At the same time, the remaining 159 heavenly legends also stepped forward and rushed toward the fighting ring. Presently, besides the few top monstrous geniuses of the Eastern Territory, the remaining people that were able to stand here were all in groups of 3 to 5, and they were all walking together. As for the so-called dark horse in such a chaotic situation, no matter how dark the horse was, it would not be able to withstand the attacks of thousands of people. Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Shi, whose face was swollen and his aura was weak, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are dark and tough enough. You are indeed the man that I, Ling Xiao, like. It seems a bit strange. Now, you can compete for the top 3 positions. If you are confident that you can suppress the rest, you can take a step forward. The winner will get a peerless divine artifact. The sect master of Taixuan looked at the crowd calmly and finally stopped at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, fight with me. Finally, after the atmosphere was tense for a long time, Nian Qingyun's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd and instantly attracted the attention of countless people present. Did I hear it wrong? Goddess Nian wants to challenge Lord Ling Xiao? But young Master Ling Xiao did not want to be in the top 3. This goddess, Nian, is probably asking for trouble? What do you know? This is called beating is affection. This is Goddess Nian's unique way of expressing her love. I guess she wants to show off her love to the entire eastern border. I see. It seems that in the future, if I have a girl that I like, I will beat her every day to let her know my deep love for her. Yes. Well, since you want to fight, I will fight with you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked to the center of the fighting ring. At this time, both Lin Shi and Xia Chen's eyes flashed with intense excitement, especially Lin Shi. His body began to tremble for no reason. It would be best if Nian Qingyun could kill Ling Xiao here today. In this way, he would have a chance to reconcile with Goddess Nian in the secret realm. Ling Xiao, you promised me that if I were to win this battle, you would agree to cancel the engagement. From then on, the 2 of us would be strangers. Nian Qingyun stood in front of Ling Xiao with a cold expression on her beautiful face. However, the panic in her eyes did not escape Ling Xiao's notice. Was the great Dao truly heartless? Or was it just as Ling Xiao had said, the ethereal Dao Palace's limitations? What? Annul the engagement? Could it be that Goddess Nian is serious? Senior Marshal Brother, didn't you say, just now, Goddess Nian did this to express her love? This. I've calculated with my fingers. Goddess Nian will most likely not win. Isn't this still flirting? When everyone heard this, there was a trace of agreement in their eyes. That seemed to be the case. Well, if you win today, not to mention annulling the engagement, I'll give you my life. However, if you lose, don't forget our previous agreement. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Lightning surged around his body instantly. Many onlookers were so shocked that they automatically stepped back. Buzz. In front of him, Nian Qingyun's eyes were also shining with spiritual light. It was like the clear fog in the ninth heaven, cold and extraordinary. Clang! The 9 tribulations sword was unsheathed. The wind and clouds changed instantly. Nian Qingyun's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The ethereal Dao law was shapeless and unpredictable. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was like a child's play. A ray of clear light fell from the sky. Nian Qingyun's figure tore through the air like a ghost. On her jade-like hand, spiritual light was vast and mighty. It turned into an unparalleled sharp sword. What a ruthless woman! You really want to kill your husband? Ling Xiao exclaimed. However, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. Even though Nian Qingyun was the top in the eastern border, he still wouldn't waste too much energy to kill her. However, at this time, in front of Lin Shi and Xia Chen, if he showed too much strength, it would hurt their enthusiasm. Give them some opportunities appropriately and let them feel that he could do it. Then the plan would go smoothly. After he shouted, the lightning outside Ling Xiao's body rushed to the sky and pressed against the ancient sword in Nian Qingyun's hand. However, he deliberately pretended to be weak. Nian Qingyun attacked with all her strength. Therefore, this sword was almost unstoppable. It broke the boundless lightning and fell on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. He pretended to be frightened. His figure flashed and instantly appeared a few feet away. Ling Xiao, don't hide if you have the ability. Nian Qingyan let out a soft cry, and as soon as her figure landed on the ground, she instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao just looked at the beautiful figure that appeared in front of him calmly. The next moment, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised a touch of evil. Don't you want to forget me? I will not let you forget. Wife, do you really want to kill me so much? Ling Xiao stood in place and didn't dodge. He just looked at Nian Qingyan calmly and asked softly, do you really want to break off the engagement so much? Are you really not moved by me at all? Yes, Ling Xiao, I just want to kill you and end this ill-fated relationship. Nian Qingyan said coldly. However, there was an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. I really am not moved by you at all. Yes, how can I be moved by such a rogue bastard? Boom! A monstrous clear light bloomed from Nian Qingyan's body. In her hand, the runes of the Great Way on the 9 Tribulations' ancient sword began to flicker. It was like a dragon that wanted to kill all enemies in the world. It seems that you really hate me very much. Ling Xiao looked at the sword light that shattered the space with a sad expression. It surprisingly dispersed all the spiritual energy around him. This bastard, what does he want to do now? For a moment, there was a trace of hesitation in Nian Qingyan's heart. However, just a moment later, the surprise in her eyes was replaced by absolute coldness. I can't trust him anymore. A bastard like him has always regarded his life as the most important thing. How can he let his guard down in front of the enemy? Conspiracy. This guy must be up to no good again. Thinking of this, Nian Qingyan didn't hesitate at all. She even exerted all her Tao laws to the extreme. Damn it! What is Ling Xiao doing? In the crowd, Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly. Even his expression became solemn. But why am I nervous? Yes, I just don't want him to die in the hands of others. Her afterimages were like lightning. There seemed to be thousands of beautiful goddesses on the fighting ring, rushing toward Ling Xiao angrily. However, just as the sword was about to pierce Ling Xiao's chest, he stretched out his hand and held the ancient sword tightly. At this time, he still didn't use any spiritual energy. Blood spurted out from the tip of the sword and almost splashed on Nian Qingyan's face. Even Ling Xiao's hands that were holding the sword began to be stained with blood. He just stood there and looked at the woman in front of him with a gentle gaze. There was even a faint smile on his lips. So, is this what you want? Nian Qingyan, you win. The marriage between you and me is cancelled. But, Nian Qingyan, without you in this world, how can I cherish my life? Boom! It was like tribulation thunder falling down, like the reverse flow of the sea, like the wind sweeping through the sky, like the beginning of the end of the world. Nian Qingyan stared blankly at the handsome and determined face in front of her. Her heart trembled violently and began to break until tears fell down. Chapter 257. I know that our engagement is just a marriage between our elders. It's all about benefits. In your heart, I'm just a tool. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. His imperial robe had long been dyed blood red. Fresh blood dripped from his fingers onto the green stone platform, producing a crisp sound. Drip, drip, drip. That's it. Quick, stab deeper. Stab deeper. Lin Shi and Xia Chen were so emotional that they were tearing up. Damn. They never thought that the successor of the Ling people, whom they had always regarded as a great enemy, would die so unexpectedly. The blood that gushed out like a fountain was really beautiful. Look, even Nian Qingyan is crying with excitement. She probably didn't expect that she would be able to kill Ling Xiao so easily, right? The sword gradually pierced through Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's face was filled with unwillingness and surprise. However, in the end, his body froze. Ling Xiao, dead. Nian Qingyan turned around and looked at Lin Shi. She chuckled. Lin sang, "The one I love has always been you." Boom! At this moment, Lin Shi's heart trembled. He began to tremble uncontrollably. He broke down and covered his face with his hands. This fool! How did he make it here alive? Lin Shi's expression turned serious when he heard the commotion around him. His eyes regained their clarity. He looked up and saw many ancient clan prodigies looking at him with disdain. Damn! I lost my composure. What are you doing? You can't die. You can't die in the hands of others. At this moment, Ling Tian looked at the young man in the center of the platform who was bleeding profusely. He clenched his fists tightly. The power of Taoist principles around him almost surged out uncontrollably. Beside him, Yi Sun clasped her hands in front of her chest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Too touching. It was simply too touching. It seemed that young Master Ling Xiao was not only good to his family, but he was also loyal and devoted to the woman he loved. Yi Sun suddenly felt envious of Nian Qingyan. She looked at Ling Tian's cold expression and snorted in her heart. Who knew when this fool would be enlightened? Oh, Qingyan, although I know that you wish to kill me and loathe me, I still wish to tell you. Ling Xiao slowly loosened his grip, allowing the sword to sink in even deeper. His face was already somewhat pale. Of the 3,000 floating worlds, there are 3 that I love: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun is the morning, the moon is the evening. You are morning, morning, and evening. If I can't spend the rest of my life with you, I won't go anywhere. Just let me die under your sword and live in your heart. All right, Nian Qingyan? Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes, but under his skin, there was still a dim flash of lightning. There was even a white jade pill hidden under its tongue. Given Nian Qingyan's temperament, if he wanted her to completely trust him, he had to be ruthless. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for her to change her mind in such a short time. Of course, no matter how ruthless the trick seemed, it was still within Ling Xiao's control. How could Nian Qingyan easily break through the perfected lightning laws? To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao had already placed the 9 revolutions soul return elixir that the system rewarded him as a reward into his mouth and wrapped it with his spiritual power just in case. As a villain, of course, he had to be foolproof. Liar! You liar! Nian Qingyan clenched her silver teeth, and tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. But in the end, she kept her sword, turned around, and slowly walked down the mountain without saying a word. On the winding stone path, the beautiful figure in white staggered step by step. Heaven and earth were miserable, and the breeze was also crying. Her black hair fluttered, and strand by strand it outlined. Whose smile was it? She still remembered that day. On the peak of the Tao Palace, her master had told her that love in the world was like a strong poison that corroded the bones. Once the Tao was cut, there would be no recovery. Why was she happy and in pain today? Morning, morning, and evening. Could it really be morning, morning, and evening? Beat. The Tao heart of the heavenly mandate has been shattered, and feelings have been born. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. It's finally broken. Ling Xiao grinned. No, he smiled bitterly. He looked down at the sword mark on his chest, and his eyes were full of joy. The shattering of the Tao heart was just the beginning. Next, he would make Nian Qingyan completely fall for him. Damn! Why? At this time, Xia Chen's face had turned completely ferocious. Why? Why did I get slapped away by Nian Qingyan when I also said some sweet nothings? Ling Xiao said some sweet nothings, but it messed up the goddess's heart? After all, Ling Xiao was injured now. Should I kill him when he's sick? Just as Xia Chen was hesitating, a figure in the crowd suddenly stepped forward and sneered. Lord Ling Xiao, I finished showing off. I want to take the first seat. Do you have any objections? The person was dressed in black, and he looked handsome. His cultivation had reached the late stage of Powong. I don't kill nameless people, Ling Xiao said indifferently. In this world, there are always some people who think they can do it. Do I look like a stepping stone? Everyone wants to step on me when they see me. The person who will kill you today is the young master of the Blue Blood sect, Han Bai. The young man in black slightly narrowed his eyes. He unsheathed the ancient sword in his hand and rushed toward Ling Xiao. It's the ultimate move of the Blue Blood sect. The Blue Blood, 73 swords. Suddenly, there were exclamations from the crowd. Although Han Bai was not the top expert in the eastern border, he was old. He was already 40 years old, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of Powong. He was even more powerful than those young geniuses. Although he had not comprehended the law of Tao, his strength was not to be underestimated. Sword shadows fell from the sky like falling stars, exuding unparalleled sharpness. Even though they were far away, many geniuses from the ancient sects felt a chill run down their spines. They were even more shocked. He was indeed the oldest senior brother in this martial arts competition. Although this sword strike did not contain any law of Tao, it was definitely comparable to a divine general's attack. Especially now, Ling Xiao seemed to be seriously injured. Look, his face is pale. This sword strike was not easy to take. That's it. However, at this time, to everyone's surprise, the successor of Ling people did not move at all. He just looked at the figure in the air calmly. It was not until the ancient sword in Han Bai's hand was half a foot away from his forehead that Ling Xiao moved slightly to the side. He seemed to have easily dodged the unparalleled sword momentum. A swirl of wind quietly rippled under his feet. Then, in everyone's shocked eyes, dazzling lightning suddenly lit up on Ling Xiao's arm. Han Bai did not even have time to stop. His body was hanging upside down, and Ling Xiao's fists hit him hard in the chest. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking, along with the sound of Han Bai's figure breaking through the wind, was heard instantly. Everyone only saw a figure streaking across the fighting ring like a shooting star and disappearing into the sky in an instant. At the same time, blood spilled all the way, leaving a long mark on the ground. Han Bai had died before he landed on the ground. Was the meaning of the ultimate move so straightforward? Was it gone? Silence filled the entire peak of Enlightenment Mountain. Everyone's face was filled with intense fear. It was too terrifying. Even though Ling Xiao was seriously injured, the combat strength that he had displayed still made all the talents present change their expressions. Even the eyes of Xia Qin and the other talents of the eastern border were filled with indescribable shock. Invincible immortal beauty. Young noble plain. Was Ling Xiao really so powerful that he could crush anyone in the first realm? Is there anyone else who wants to die? Ling Xiao's clear eyes swept across the crowd. Those who met his gaze all lowered their heads in fear. So just now he really did not fight back because he wanted to please the goddess. With Ling Xiao's means, even if Nian Qingyun's Taoist techniques were mysterious and had Taoist principles, she might not be able to hurt him at all. Gulp. Very orderly, the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard from the fighting ring. Ling Xiao just shook his head with a smile and turned to look at the sect master of Taishan. I am second, my ex-wife is first, and my brother Ling Tian is third. Does anyone have any opinions? Damn, arrogant. You dare to decide the ranking of this battle before the battle even begins? Fortunately, only 3 people were ranked. If there were 5 or 10 people, wouldn't the 4th place be your sister-in-law, the 5th place be your henchman, and the 6th place be your maid? But in the end, everyone maintained the same tacit understanding. No matter how much hatred they had in their hearts, they did not dare to show it. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would be dissatisfied and kill them on the spot with one punch. Chapter 258. Haha, Sect Master, it seems that the rankings have been decided. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked calmly at Sect Lord Taishian in front of him. Sect Master Taishian glanced at the crowd. Seeing that no one objected, he nodded. You can choose one of the 3 supreme grade divine artifacts. No need to choose. I'll take it on behalf of them. We're all family. There's no need for so many things. Ling Xiao shook his head. Before Sect Master Taishian could refuse, he had already reached out and grabbed the 3 spiritual treasures. One of them was a staff, one was an armor, and one was a hoop. Each of them was powerful, and not ordinary divine artifacts could compare to them. Since the outcome has been decided, the martial arts competition ends here. Tomorrow morning, I will open the secret realm. You can enter on your own, but a solemn look suddenly appeared on Lord Taishuan's face. Beside him, the void began to ripple as if it was about to collapse. Let me remind you that there are powerful demons and human forces in the land of the last emperor. It's almost the same as the Shangzhou. You can go there to train and search for treasures, but it's best that you don't play any tricks. Once an outsider above the divine lord level arrives, he will be noticed by the powerful cultivators. By then, none of you will be able to leave. The Lord of Taishian did not forget to take a deep look at Ling Xiao. The living beings will not interfere in the fight between peers. However, you should take a detour in the territory of the powerful demons. I will close the entrance in a month. If you don't leave in time, you can only wait for another 60 years. What? Was there a great demon entrenched here? Human forces? Many of the ancient race's geniuses were shocked. Indeed, the opportunities in the secret realm were not easy to obtain. The inheritance of the powerful cultivators and the remains of the ancient emperors were most likely in dangerous places. Otherwise, they would have been discovered. Let's go. Sect Master Taishian waved his hand and removed the spiritual screen of the battle platform. He disappeared instantly. The crowd of geniuses also dispersed and headed toward the ancient city at the foot of the mountain. Sister-in-law, wait. Just as Ling Tian and Yi Sun were about to leave, Ling Zhao's figure flashed and blocked their way. Sister-in-law, I want to trouble you with something. Seeing the gloominess in Ling Tian's eyes, Ling Xiao frowned and slapped Ling Tian's head. Pa, what's wrong? Are you unhappy that I took 3 divine artifacts? You're just a kid. What do you need so many divine artifacts for? You should know that if you have too many divine artifacts, you'll rely on them too much. Only through life and death experiences will you grow faster. Ling Zhao's face turned solemn as he reprimanded coldly. You mother-her, Ling Tian gritted his teeth, but he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. Having too many divine artifacts would affect one's cultivation? There must be at least 100 divine artifacts in your interspatial ring, right? F*CK. Should I take off my clothes, put down my mortal sword, and give it all to you so that I can cultivate naked? Ling Xiao, young master, why are you looking for me? Yi Sun's face was slightly red, but her tone was inexplicably cold. What a joke! This Ling Xiao was the devil who had killed his eldest senior brother. Although he was a little handsome, a little domineering, and a little awesome, she still had her stand. Oh, I was injured by Nian Qingyun's immortal sword just now. I wanted to ask junior sister Yi to help me heal. Previously, I saw a wisp of green light surging above Ling Tian's head. It was very rich in vitality. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stretched out his palm. On his palm, a bone-revealing wound could be seen. Just now, in order to make it look real, Ling Xiao really didn't use any spiritual energy to gather in his hand. Needless to say, it really hurt. Okay. Yi Sun stretched out her jade-like hand in a panic and gently placed it on Ling Xiao's palm. The vitality around her suddenly surged, and Ling Xiao's face immediately revealed a look of enjoyment. Ah, yes, this is the feeling. Sister-in-law, use more strength. As he spoke, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and held Yi Sun'er's jade-like hand. It was silky smooth and soft, as if it had no bones. Yi Sun'er was instantly shocked and turned to look at Ling Tian helplessly. Okay, sister-in-law. Just as Ling Tian walked over with a gloomy expression, Ling Xiao suddenly let go of Yi Sun'er's jade-like hand and nodded with a serious expression. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lord Ling Xiao, the wound on your chest. It's okay, there's no need to trouble sister-in-law. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone will be anxious. Ling Xiao turned to look at Ling Tian, and a hint of ridicule flashed in the depths of his eyes. What are you staring at? I'm teaching you that if you don't work hard, you can't even keep a woman. The mystic realm is about to open. The two of you should be careful. That Shangguan, Qinghe, probably won't let you off easily. Moreover, when you enter the mystic realm, it will be difficult for me to make a move in time. You take care of yourself. Ling Tian snorted coldly, and his face was inexplicably gloomy. He really couldn't understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. Why did he always pretend to care about him, but did not do anything? Haha, brother, some people don't have to wait until you lose them to cherish them. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. In the end, he did not say anything more. He took out 2 spiritual talismans from his bosom and handed them to Yi Sun'er. If you encounter danger that you can't handle, you can use these talismans to summon me. Of course, if you think you can handle it, you can also summon me for a battle. I'll wait for you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. Humph! Arrogant. Ling Tian gritted his teeth fiercely, and the aura around his body unconsciously became cold and ruthless. With his current strength, he was indeed no match for Ling Xiao. However, when he cultivated the celestial Ling Xiao, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Sun'er immediately sighed when she saw this. She put away the 2 spiritual talismans and immediately headed to Enlightenment City with Ling Tian. What kind of dangers awaited them in the land of the last emperor? Junior brother Ling Tian, if you had half of your brother's courage, you would have changed to calling me Sun'er, right? Sigh. When the peak of Enlightenment Mountain was empty, Taoist Taishuan's figure slowly walked out in front of the temple. He looked at the figures that had disappeared before him, and his lightless eyes were filled with boundless emptiness. Taoist Taishan, it seems that this Lord Ling Xiao is very arrogant. Taoist Taishan stood behind him, and there was a hint of bitterness on his originally cold and arrogant face. He's a little arrogant, but I'm afraid it's also to hide his secrets. If he's too low-key, it's easy to arouse suspicion. This time, I will personally go to the land of the last emperor and test this young master's strength. Taoist Taishan smiled faintly, and there was no obvious joy or sorrow on his face. What? Taoist Taishan wants to go personally? But back then, Taoist Taishuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of worry in them. Oaths are meant to be broken. If those barbarians dare to offend you, kill them without mercy. Taoist Taishan turned around and walked toward the main hall. Around him, the power of the Great Path evolved into reincarnation, as if there were endless phantoms of gods and demons following him. It was indescribably strange and mysterious. Kill them without mercy. 100 years of planning. Taoist Taishan was silent for a long time. In the end, he did not dare to say anything more, but the hesitation in his eyes had completely disappeared. Then kill them without mercy. Chapter 259. In Tao Enlightenment City, Ling Xiao returned to the restaurant and sat alone at the table. Behind him, Xiao Tu and Fu Yinyao looked at the young man in awe. After today's battle, Ling Xiao's name had spread across the eastern border. Whether it was his crushing of Xia Chan with one palm or his killing of Han Bai with 2 fists, everyone saw the peerless demeanor of a young noble. Although Ling Xiao had been seriously injured in the battle with Goddess Nian and had lost about 3 liters of blood, it was obvious that he was hurt by love and was willing to be stabbed. Infatuated young Master Ling had become famous after this battle. Instantly, the misgivings of countless young geniuses towards Ling Xiao's ferocious reputation were instantly swept away. Such a fierce and infatuated, peerless young master was simply a dream come true. Especially as the successor of the Ling people, Lord Ling Xiao had the momentum to become the first young master of the eastern border. Even the Taishan sect wouldn't be able to defeat the Ling people if they really went to war with them. After all, the 3 emperors and 10 kings of the Ling people were not to be trifled with. It was common for cultivators to kill their masters with random fists. Although Lord Ling Xiao was known as the scumbag of the Sea King, for some reason they wanted to be scumbags. "How's your injury?" Ling Xiao looked up at Xiao Tu with a calm face. "I'm fine. Thank you, young master." Xiao Tu bowed humbly. If Ling Xiao hadn't helped him today, he would have died in Xia Chen's hands. Even so, the pain of all the broken bones in his body still caused his aura to wither. After entering the secret realm, you and senior sister Yunyao can explore the outside. You don't need to fight for the treasures inside. Ling Xiao nodded. Xiao, too, was quite lucky, but he was obviously not as lucky as Xia Chen. Moreover, there were 4 people with destiny who had entered the last repose. The treasures in the relic were most likely prepared for them. Ling Xiao only needed to pay close attention to Lin Shi, Xia Chen, and Su Yan's movements. When the time was right, he could harvest the leaks. As for Nian Qinyan with her Dao heart shattered, her cultivation would most likely be damaged. At that time, if there was a chance to save the damsel in distress, Ling Xiao would be able to take her down completely. Even if there isn't a chance, we can still create one. Yes, young master. Fu Yunyao and Xiao Tu nodded, and Ling Xiao's figure disappeared on the spot. Dao Enlightenment City, in a dark corner. Shui Yu fearfully looked at the young man in front of her. Her beautiful eyes revealed confusion. Did Xia Chen ever suspect you? No, master. Xia Chen now trusts me completely. He promised to share the good fortune he obtained in the secret realm with me. Shui Yu's face was expressionless, as if she was a zombie. Obtain good fortune. Does he know what kind of fortune is hidden in the last repose? I don't know. From what I heard, it seems that Lin Shi knows something, so he wants me to seduce Lin Shi and act as a spy. Oh, this Xia Chen is really insidious, but what he said makes sense. When we enter the secret realm, find a way to get close to Lin Shi, follow him, and wait for my orders. As for Xia Chen, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Back then, it was Shui Yu, who led Lin Shi to see Xia Chen flirting with Nian Qinyan. Therefore, the young man who played with fire should have a trace of gratitude to Saint Yinfan. Letting her follow Lin, she would also save Ling Xiao a lot of effort. After all, the purpose of this trip was not just to harvest a few leeks. In the secret realm of the Taishan Dao sect, a murderous demon had appeared. If appropriate, he would leave a few alive to witness the Taoist turning into a demon. This would be enough to keep the Taishan Dao sect busy for a while. How the Holy Church would choose in the end was not something Ling Xiao had to consider. What he needed to do was to create sufficient alibi for himself. Then he would find an opportunity to crush Taoist Taishan to death. The dead tell no tales. This had always been the highest level of framing. You say you are not, but did I say you are? I just think that the Taishan Dao sect is too mysterious and there is no need for it to exist. This was how the Holy Church did things. At this time, in the depths of the mountain, a thin figure was sitting cross-legged in a cave. There seemed to be flames dancing around him. Elderling, tomorrow is the day when the secret realm opens. Lin Shi's eyes were gloomy, especially after seeing the scene of Ling Xiao killing Han Bai with 2 fists today. He could not help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. Even if I have merged with the second spiritual fire, can I really beat him? Should I continue to endure and wait until the burning scripture is completed to avenge my humiliation? Yes, I still remember the approximate location of the ancient emperor's remains. Don't worry, sure. Only I can break the boundary inside. To open the remains, we need to use. Elderling was halfway through his words when he suddenly stopped. For a moment, Lin Shi thought that this old thing had burped. F***CK. No way, Elderling. At this critical moment, don't pull me down. Elder-ling? I suddenly remembered that when I laid down the boundary, I used the green demonic ancient cauldron as the eye of the formation. If I was at my peak, F***CK. Lin, she was stunned and almost cursed out loud. You old man, you're still saying that you didn't collude with Ling Xiao? You even gave the key to the secret realm to someone else. Then, Elder Ling, what should we do? However, no matter how angry he was, Lin she did not dare to fall out with Elder Ling. After all, the secret realm was about to open. He still needed this old thing to point him in the right direction. Without his grandfather, not to mention Ling Xiao, he was afraid that he would not be able to beat Shui Yu. Sheer, don't panic. There are vestigial clan guards around the remains. Even if Ling Xiao goes in, he might not be able to take advantage of it. At that time, we can take advantage of the chaos and take advantage of the situation. Of course, if there is no other choice, I can open the remains, but I'm afraid that I will have to leave you. Elder Ling's voice was a little tired. Lin, she could only nod and say no more. Now, it seemed that he could only take one step at a time. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the sky had just brightened, a spiritual wind suddenly swept across the sky above Dao Enlightenment City. Countless figures turned into flowing light and flew toward the Tai Xian Dao sect. At the same time, on the mountain peak, a spiritual vortex seemed to have evolved from the void. There was a faint, immortal light spreading out. It was indescribably mysterious and terrifying. Ling Xiao stood in front of the crowd. Beside him, Fu Yunyao and Xiao Tu were full of joy. The first secret realm of the eastern border would be completely open today. Most of the geniuses present knew that most of the opportunities inside would not belong to them. However, the immortal path was an experience. With so many experiences, it was greatly beneficial to the cultivation of one's Tao heart. Moreover, to be qualified to enter the secret realm was already a great honor for many geniuses. Let me remind you one more time. If someone is lucky and enters the secret realm with an expert whose cultivation has reached the divine lord level, he will definitely be detected by the vestigial clan. At that time, no matter who you are, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. Sect Master Tai Xian's figure appeared beside the spiritual wheel. He looked at the geniuses of the ancient clans with a dignified gaze and said coldly, "If there is nothing else, go in." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. The spiritual will vortex instantly surged and spun. It was like the palace of reincarnation, blooming with endless divine light. At the same time, a wisp of aura that seemed to come from ancient times quietly spread out, shocking countless people. Chapter 260. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking instantly resounded in the sky. In the sky above Enlightenment Mountain, 7-colored streams of light bloomed. Countless figures turned into rainbows and flew toward the secret realm. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Xia Chun and Lin Shi in the distant crowd. The corners of his mouth immediately curled into a smile. It's up to you now, my treasure hunting team. Let's go too. Just as Ling Xiao took a step forward and was about to walk towards the entrance, his eyes narrowed. When he turned his head again, he happened to see Nian Qingyun standing in the distance, looking at him with a complicated expression. Today, Nian Qingyun still had that cold look on her face. However, the fluctuations on his body were too undulating. Clearly, It was the effect of his Tao heart collapsing. Ling Xiao only nodded politely at her with a smile, then turned his head to look elsewhere. Lord Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a soft call came from afar. Then a beautiful figure in red slowly walked over. Soon, she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Miss Su Yan. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. This was really... Someone sent him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. Nian Qingyun's Tao heart had collapsed, but it was clear that she still had a hint of confusion and hesitation in her heart. If he wanted to dispel this trace of confusion and hesitation, he couldn't be too hasty. He had to give her a little bit of depression, a little bit of heartbreak, and then a sudden big surprise. At that time, he would be able to unlock more postures and whatnot. He made her feel pain and sore, then left her hanging. With less expectations, all the care and concern would be cherished. Young master, please take care of me when the secret realm opens. Behind Su Yan stood a few elite cultivators with strong auras. They were clearly her lackeys who wanted to follow her. At this moment, their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with awe and jealousy. In short, it was very complicated. F***CK. We've been licking Miss Su Yan's boots for so long, but she's never been so polite to us. Why did she show a completely different attitude when she saw you? Aren't you, Ling Xiao? Just a little more handsome than us, a little stronger than us, and a little more powerful than us? But can you give Miss Su Yan all your sincerity? Humph! After a long time, Miss will definitely understand. Miss Su, you must be joking. I'm afraid there's no need for me to take care of those prides behind you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although his tone was a little off, it was extremely pleasing to everyone's ears. He called us geniuses. It seemed that the descendants of the Ling people were not as arrogant and unbridled as the rumors said. Let's go. We'll talk after we enter the secret realm. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and took the lead to rush forward. Behind him, Su Yan smiled and followed closely. In the distant void, Nian Qingyun's eyes were bitter as she unconsciously clenched her fists. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Nian Qingyun, why are you sad and heartbroken? Isn't this what you want? You're finally no longer his fiancée. You finally severed your ill-fated relationship with him in front of all the prodigies of the eastern frontier. Why? Are you feeling lost again? Perhaps this is my fate. In the end, Nian Qingyun just watched Ling Xiao disappear into the distance before she lifted her foot and walked towards the entrance of the mystic realm. Goddess Nian, why don't we go together? Right at this moment, a wisp of a smile suddenly arose on the corners of Xia Chen's mouth, and he took the initiative to move over to Nian Qingyun's side as he spoke in a warm manner. It seemed that although Nian Qingyun looked indifferent on the surface, she still had some feelings for Ling Xiao. But now that their engagement had been annulled, the goddess of the Tao Palace must be feeling lonely in her heart. My chance seems to have come. Isn't the best way to forget someone to fall in love with someone else? Nian Qingyun, I'm willing to heal you. Scram. However, just as Xia Chen was trying his best to put on a gentle and caring appearance, Nian Qingyun merely spoke coldly before vanishing without a trace. What the F***CK? How heartless! The smile on Xia Chen's face froze completely before it disappeared. Bitch, you're really shameless. Now that you've cut off your relationship with Ling Xiao, and you've completely fallen out with him at the peak of Enlightenment Mountain. How dare you be so arrogant? It seemed that the soft approach didn't work, so he had to use the hard approach. Xia Chen's eyes were full of gloominess, especially in front of Shui Yu. His noble self-esteem was shattered. In the end, he didn't say anything more and followed the crowd into the mystic realm. It wasn't until all 160 geniuses had entered the mystic realm that a figure walked out from the depths of Enlightenment Mountain and disappeared in the direction of the entrance in a flash. Boom! As Ling Xiao and the others stepped into the spiritual spiral, they felt dizzy. When they opened their eyes again, they could see the dense spiritual mountain and the ancient trees in the distance. Dense spiritual energy permeated the entire secret realm like tidewater. Even breathing in it made one feel incomparably comfortable. It was indeed the top mystic realm in the eastern border. The spiritual energy alone was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. But suddenly, Ling Xiao felt that there was something wrong with the Taishan Dao sect. They were guarding such an ancient spiritual land, but they had always been hidden from the world. Could it be that there were other secrets hidden in the last repose? Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at the figures descending around him. This mystic realm didn't disperse the disciples as described by the predecessors. Everyone gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and was on guard against each other. When they sensed Ling Xiao's gaze, many of the ancient clan geniuses had already scattered and frantically fled into the distance. Lord Ling Xiao, which direction do you plan to go? Su Yan stood beside Ling Xiao and asked gently, I plan to go to the north to take a look. Haha, what a coincidence. Su Yan wants to go to the south to take a look. A trace of disappointment flashed across Su Yan's face, but her eyes flashed with craftiness. Of course. How could Ling Xiao not know what she was thinking at this time? If she followed him, she wouldn't be able to get any benefits. But it was also good. He didn't plan to go with others. After all, what he wanted to do was not only to reap the fortune, but also to reap the lives of others. It wasn't very convenient to have others around. Sheep gathered in a herd, while a ferocious beast would only travel alone. Haha, it is indeed a coincidence. Miss Su, we can only meet in a month. At that time, I will show you my item of extreme yang. How about that? Maybe you will like it? Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly. A trace of surprise flashed across Su Yan's beautiful eyes. Could it be that he already knew what I was thinking? Okay. It's a deal. Young master, take care. We will meet again in the future. In the end, Su Yan nodded and smiled. Her beautiful figure flashed and was about to fly into the distance. But right at this moment, suddenly a shout came from the sky. Who is Ling Xiao? Huh. Hearing the voice, the group of monstrous geniuses who were running away stopped and turned to look in the sky. They saw a beautiful girl in a black dress standing in the sky with her hands on her waist. She looked down at everyone arrogantly. Fortunately, I made it in time. The girl looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Although her small face was a little childish, she was already very beautiful. Her skin was fair and delicate as if carved from jade. Her aura was ethereal and she was full of immortal luck, especially the long black spear in her hand. It was almost 3 feet longer than her. At this time, it was indescribably strange and shocking when she held it in her hand. Who is this little girl? Did she just shout Ling Xiao's name? I think so. She is not from the eastern border, right? Damn. She is obviously not from the eastern border. Otherwise, why would she be in such a hurry to die? But if she is not from the eastern border, how did she enter the mystic realm? Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt and gloating. It seemed that there was a good show to watch. Fortune and whatnot couldn't run away. If they missed this good show, they might not be able to see it again. The group of people who were in a hurry to escape also turned back and stood at the entrance again. Their expressions were calm as if they had never left. Huh. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the girl. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 261. Lord Ling Xiao knows this girl. Su Yan, who was about to step forward, suddenly froze on the spot. He turned around and looked at Ling Xiao with a playful expression. From the looks of it, she seems to have suffered a great grievance. Ah, Would you believe me if I said I don't know her? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. Who are you? Why do you care who I am? Are you Ling Xiao, the successor of the Ling people? The girl in black snorted. Her eyes were cold, and the black spear in her hand shone brightly. Blood Shadow Law, mid-stage of Powong, 2,500 Providence points. Another one. Let me guess, looking at this girl's age, she should be around 15 or 16 years old. Ling Xiao had offended many people, but he didn't have many children of destiny. Someone who could be involved with a daughter of destiny was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, I would be a good example. Lin, she was one child of destiny, and Xia Chen was another. However, Xia Chen was a powerful being who had taken over his body. He might have unfinished love, but even if he had a younger sister, she was not in this world. The answer was obvious. This girl in black was probably the sister that Lin she had mentioned who had been missing for 7 years. Interesting, especially the blood shadow Dao Law. It confirmed Ling Xiao's previous guess to a certain extent. What this young girl cultivates should be an assassination technique, right? Otherwise, why would she have such a strong smell of blood at such a young age? How many forces in the Shengzhou studied the way of killing? Haha, the Holy Temple of Blood Soul was really cruel, slaughtering an entire family just to take them in? Yes, I am Ling Xiao, the successor of the Ling people. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't care about this girl at all. But since she was Lin Xi's sister, Ling Xiao didn't plan to let her go easily. But although this girl was also a little girl, she was different from Bai Zishi. Bai Zishi was arrogant and stubborn, but this girl looked like an unruly little demon. It would be fun to play with her. It's good that it's you, lest I kill the wrong person. The girl in the black dress snorted coldly, and a blood-red light surged on her delicate body. In the short span of a breath, it actually transformed into a sea of blood that covered the sky and enveloped Ling Xiao. Bai Ling! In the crowd, Lin, she clenched his teeth tightly. His entire body was trembling, slightly due to excitement. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that on the first day of the secret territory's opening, he would meet his sister, whom he had been separated from for 7 years. Moreover, looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she was here for Ling Xiao. She was probably anxious to avenge herself, wasn't she? Suddenly, tears welled up in Lin Xi's eyes. Even though he had been betrayed by his lover and his master, she was still my little sister. She still loves me as always. However, sister, where have you been all these years? Could it be that he was not in the eastern border? You said that you want to help me vent my anger, but you should at least discuss it with me. This Ling Xiao is ferocious. If you rush up like this, won't you be deliberately sending yourself to death? At this moment, Lin, she was very conflicted. Should he go up and persuade Bai Ling, or wait and see? In the end, Lin, she lowered his eyes. Forget it. In short, with my strength, even if I rush up now, it will not help at all. If my identity is exposed, I'm afraid that I will be killed by both of them. Although Bai Ling was younger, the energy waves on her body were already at the mid-stage of Powong. Moreover, the blood-red spiritual light vaguely contained the true meaning of the great Tao. Perhaps the talisman civilization in the sky was destroyed, and there was a faint, bloody aura that spread for hundreds of miles. The black spear in Bai Ling's hand turned into a ferocious blood dragon and fell on Ling Xiao's head. An incomparably domineering aura instantly swept through the entire world. The sound of Taoist principles reverberated loudly, and even the heavens and the earth collapsed under the spear. Bai Ling's small body held a spear that was hundreds of feet long. This scene was as shocking as the arrival of a divine demon. F***CK. This little girl is a little awesome. More than a little, she's really awesome. Even an ordinary divine general would find it difficult to withstand this spear, right? Countless elites raised their heads and looked at the horrifying spear shadow that tore through the air. There was a deep sense of shock in their eyes, although they did not know Bai Ling's background. Just this spear was enough to make them feel awe and respect. Indeed, cute things did not mean that they were not dangerous. The deceitfulness of appearance made it easier for people to lower their guard. You are a little stronger than your useless brother. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up slightly, but there was no trace of panic on his face. He just calmly stretched out 2 fingers and gently drew in the air. It's here. It's here. It is said that Lord Ling Xiao's swordfinger is invincible and fast. It can destroy the heavens and the earth. This is the legendary golden finger, right? Boom! In an instant, the world seemed to darken. The biting cold sword mark and the spear's shadow collided fiercely, crushing the entire void. The sacred mountains shook, the ancient trees flew, and even the ground under everyone's feet began to crack. However, no matter how strong Bai Ling was, how could she be a match for Ling Xiao? There seemed to be a flash of clear light among the spear's shadow that filled the sky. Then everyone was stunned to see that the little girl suddenly flew out, and there seemed to be blood dripping from her mouth. Bai Ling! Lin, she clenched his fists, but in the end, he did not dare to take a step forward. In other words, his Taoist heart had long been shattered by Ling Xiao. At this time, he did not even have the courage to face him, so how could he have the ambition to compete with him? As for Bai Ling, sister, I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. But don't worry, there will be a day when I will return the humiliation that Ling Xiao gave us back to him. F***CK. Lord Ling Xiao is too strong, isn't he? I'm afraid that no one here can defeat his sword finger, right? Everyone looked at the weak girl in black, and the fear in their eyes grew stronger. Bai Ling alone was enough to shock them. However, Ling Xiao only waved 2 fingers and disintegrated the former's shocking spear. Invincible immortal beauty, young noble, who in the eastern border was worthy of being the young master's enemy. Humph! I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'll remember you. However, to everyone's surprise, the black-clothed girl didn't show any signs of dejection. Instead, she glanced at Ling Xiao with interest before turning around and disappearing into the void. Just you wait. From now on, I'll take your life every second. She's gone. Everyone was stunned, especially Lin Shi, who stared blankly in the direction whereby Ling had disappeared. F***CK? Sister, why did you leave so suddenly? I didn't have time to meet you. This mystic realm is so vast. How can I find you? I can't remove my disguise and shout that I'm Lin Shi, right? If he did that, he would be beaten up before he could find his sister. Now, Lin Shi's enemy was not only Ling Xiao, but also that despicable and toothless Xiaqin and Su Yan, who wanted his spiritual fire. F***CK. All of a sudden, Lin, she felt that his fate was no longer as magnanimous and lucky as before. It seemed to be a little unlucky. Chapter 262. She left just like that. Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at Lin Shi in the crowd. The excitement on the latter's face didn't escape his eyes at all. It was obvious that the black-clothed girl was his long-lost sister. Of course, for this girl to leave so decisively, it was obvious that she had some brains. Fighting head-on was not the Bloodhall's forte. What they were best at was assassination. But how should he deal with this girl? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation, and even the aura around him was faintly suffused with some coldness. As for those geniuses who were originally watching the show, they instantly turned into afterimages and frantically fled into the distance. Damn, it was fun to watch the show, but if they continued to watch, they would die of pleasure. Young master, Su Yan will take my leave first. Su Yan glanced at Ling Xiao and nodded slightly. Then he led the group of bootlickers and left. The originally bustling entrance of the mystic realm became empty in an instant. Young master, At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was the young master of the Crow tribe, Wuya. Huh! Suddenly, Ling Xiao had a new idea in his mind. Since Lin, she didn't dare to show himself from the beginning to the end. It was likely that he was too worried about him. It was even more than his longing for his sister. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 7 years. When they met again, things would be different. That girl would definitely appear again and secretly attack him. She was just a girl in the middle stage of Paoang. Even if she had many tricks up her sleeve, how could she threaten Ling Xiao? At that time, he only needed a chance to be alone to make her believe that the current Lin she might not be her beloved brother anymore. But before that, haha, so it's young Master Wuya. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and his eyes flickered. Wuya was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He trembled and bowed to Ling Xiao. In front of you, Wuya is no young master. If you don't mind, you can call me Yaya. Oh, I have something that I need your help with. Ling Xiao grinned and patted Wuya's shoulder. If you do well, how about you follow me in the future? Please speak, young master. A hint of excitement flashed through Wuya's eyes. Ling Xiao leaned over and whispered something in his ear before turning around and leaving. He couldn't even be bothered to waste a single strand of soul power on someone like Wuya. Giving him some benefits would be enough for him to go through fire and water. Oh, humph! He is only at the early stage of Paoang, and he dares to covet the beauty of Goddess Nian. Brothers, young master said that we should teach him a lesson. Wuya turned his head and glanced at Lin Shi, who was leaving in a hurry. With a wave of his hand, he instantly chased after Lin Shi with his followers. At the same time, Ling Zhao's thoughts flickered, and Shui Yu-er, who was far away in the secret territory, suddenly trembled, and her face became inexplicably grave. Yu-er, what's wrong? Xia Qin seemed to have noticed Shui Yu-er's abnormality. He narrowed his eyes and asked worriedly, Holy Sun, I originally didn't want to leave you, but if I follow you, I really can't help you. Why don't I go to Lin Shi's side and be your spy? Shui Yu-er's pair of bright eyes faintly turned misty, and there was a touch of grievance and determination on her face. You, how smart. Xia Chen pretended to be hesitant, but in fact he had already begun to think about how to smoothly send Shui Yu-er to Lin Shi. After all, the relationship between the two of them wasn't friendly at all. Don't say any more, Holy Sun. Come on with me. Let everyone in the secret territory know that you and I have broken off our relationship. Only then can I win Lin Shi's trust. All right, bear with it. Xia Chan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly swung his hand and slapped Shui Yu-er to the ground. F*CK. The sharp pain from her face stunned Shui Yu-er for a full 3 seconds. Then the last trace of resistance in her heart instantly vanished. Xia Chen, you are heartless, hypocritical, and insidious. Sooner or later, you will die without a burial place. Shui Yu-er covered her face, her bright eyes were dark red, and there was a look of resentment on her face. Xia Chen's expression turned slightly serious, and in a flash he understood Shui Yu-er's intention. Spiritual light surged from his body, and his voice spread over 100 miles. Shui Yu-er, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Today, I will let you know the consequences of betraying me. Xia Chen, you will die a horrible death. Above the void, 2 streams of light were chasing each other, attracting countless people's attention. It seems to be Xia Chen and Shui Yu-er. These 2 people? Have they broken off? Are you blind? Look at how swollen Shui Yu-er's face is. It's obvious that they have broken off. Sigh, in front of fortune, there's no friendship to speak of. The group of sky prides who had gathered together suddenly narrowed their eyes. In their hearts, they were already on guard against their like-minded senior and junior brothers. Humph. Shui Yu. Don't let me see you again. The two chased for half a day before Xia Chen reluctantly stopped, looking at Shui Yu, who had disappeared into the horizon. The corner of his mouth was full of playfulness. In the entire secret realm, perhaps only he knew that Lin Shi had the principal spiritual fire. From the latter's words, Xia Chen faintly felt that he should be coming for a certain relic in the secret realm. With him leading the way, he only needed to appear at the crucial moment. At that time, all the fortune would be easy to obtain. Lin Shi, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You shouldn't have schemed against me. Xia Chen stood in the void and pondered for a long time. In the end, he flew in the opposite direction. Since the matter of the relic had been resolved, next he should let Nian Qingyan know who was her true son of heaven. Ling Xiao stood in the distant mountain and guided Shui Yu, in the direction of Lin Shi. To him, Saint Azine Fan was not even considered a servant. After all, she was too dirty. Her function was probably no different from Qin Lun. She was just a camera on the Son of Heaven. Xia Chen was like the mantis that hunted the cicada, and he was like the oriole that ate the mantis. After all, these two people were completely under Ling Xiao's control. Next, what he needed to do was to give a big gift to the Taishan Dao sect. This ancient sect was really strange. Although the Taoist master and the Son of Heaven did not show any hostility to him. However, it was better to destroy this kind of force that was a little threatening. In this way, the entire eastern border would truly fall into the hands of the Ling people. However, before that, he should still be cautious. The Taoist master had said clearly that once an expert above the divine Lord realm arrived, the natives in the secret realm would sense it. He had to ensure that the expert here was not a threat to him, or rather, the threat was not great. Only then would he dare to go all out and do something big. Xiao, Tu, senior sister Fu, you go and find the treasure yourselves. As long as you don't go too far in the center, you should not be in too much danger. Ling Xiao casually gave the two of them a spiritual talisman. Finally, without hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked toward a distant mountain. Over there, he faintly sensed a powerful aura that was deterring the surrounding 500 kilometers of land. Chapter 263. Hey, little brother, where are you going in such a hurry? Amidst the green mountains and clear waters, a slightly frivolous voice suddenly sounded. Lin, she narrowed his eyes and looked up. Wu Ye and the others had already descended from the sky and blocked his path of retreat. Actually, Lin she had already sensed their aura earlier, but now that he had changed his appearance and didn't have any enemies, he instinctively thought that as long as he behaved himself, no one would find trouble with him. Of course, he really didn't care about Wu Ye and the others. In the Powong realm, he was invincible against those who hadn't comprehended the Tao. So it's you guys. Lin, she stood up and looked at the few people who were mocking him. His eyes were gloomy. Although Wu Ye didn't know him, he clearly remembered that these people were the ones who humiliated him in front of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. If they hadn't stopped him, he might have already had a romantic encounter with Su Yan. Ling Xiao wouldn't have had the chance to act cool. *CK. But at this time, Lin, she didn't expect that Wu Ye and the others would have the qualifications to enter the secret territory. Looks like you know this young master. That's right, it's us. Kid, be honest and don't move. Let us have some fun, and maybe we can spare your life. Wu Ye clenched his fist, and a 10-feet-long sword appeared in his hand. It was overflowing with golden light and murderous aura. It was obviously a rare killing treasure. Ignorant. Lin, she snorted, and flames began to surround his body. In his hand, there was also a heavy black ruler that emitted endless ferocious aura. Do you want to compete with me using the saber? Wu Ye was stunned, and the ridicule in his eyes intensified. An ant in the early stage of the Powong realm with no background dared to clamor with him? But just as he stepped forward and was about to rush towards Lin Shi, a soft shout came from afar. "Brother Lin, let me help you." A graceful figure suddenly descended from the sky and slashed the ancient sword in her hand. She didn't give Wei a chance to speak and instantly rushed towards him. "Ha! Shui Yuer." Lin Shi's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. How did she recognize him? However, on the way here, he had heard someone mention that Shui Yuer had a falling out with Xiaqin for some unknown reason and had almost died at the hands of Yuan Yu, Holy Sun. Moreover, if it wasn't for Shui Yuer's kind reminder, he wouldn't have been able to see through Xiaqin's deceit so easily. Although this woman had a lot of opinions about him before, it seemed that she was not a sinister and despicable person. Shui Yuer? You. Sho, I'm one of young master's men. Quick, act with me. Shui Yu. His pretty face suddenly flashed with a touch of coldness. The ancient sword in her hand ruthlessly slashed towards Wu Ya's head. Young master's men? Acting. What kind of show? With just one sentence, Wu Ya hesitated. After all, even the people behind him had no way of knowing the conversation between him and Ling Xiao. From this, it can be seen that Shui Yu should be one of young master's people. However, to deal with such a lowly mountain ant with their methods, was there a need for them to put on an act? Saintess, how should I act? Don't fight back. Pretend that you were heavily injured by me. A wisp of soul light flashed in Shui Yuer's eyes. The ancient sword in her hand rippled with thousands of rays of light. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a ferocious ghost howling. Even the vertical line between her eyebrows began to change into a touch of white color. A wisp of extreme yin and extreme evil quietly spread out. The temperature of the entire space seemed to have dropped to the freezing point at this moment. Lin, she frowned slightly. Instinctively, he used the power of spiritual fire to block the evil energy outside his body. However, facing Saintess Yinfan's all-out attack, Wu did not panic at all. What a joke! They were all young master's men. Although Saintess Yinfan's move seemed fierce, how could it really injure him? Shui Yuer, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. Wu Yi slashed horizontally with the giant sword in his hand. An unparalleled momentum descended from the sky, almost shattering the void. This Wu Yi was indeed worthy of being the young master of a clan. His cultivation was considered top-notch among his peers. Young Master Wu Yi, take it easy. With my small body, I'm afraid that I won't be able to withstand your sword. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she transmitted a message with her divine consciousness. Saintess, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Wu Yi nodded with a smile and gave Shui Yu a reassuring look. The latter no longer hesitated. The ancient sword in her hand turned into a ghostly shadow and furiously slashed towards Wu Yi. A deafening buzzing sound resounded through the 9 layers of clouds. Wu Yi only saw a beautiful figure descending from the sky. The sword in her hand was emitting a cold light as it ruthlessly stabbed towards his heart. Damn it! What should I do? How am I supposed to cooperate with her in this situation? How am I supposed to act so that it doesn't seem pretentious? However, before Wu Yi could ponder for too long, the ancient sword pierced through his heart and came out of his body. Wu Yi's expression instantly became sluggish. He lowered his head and looked at the slightly enchanting face in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock. What the hell are you doing? How can this be? Isn't she young master's woman? Why could it be? She betrayed young master. That must be it. This bitch. Young master Wu, of course, we have to be serious about acting. If you don't die, how can Lin she believe me? Shui Yu smiled indifferently. Her jade-like hand moved horizontally and directly crushed Wu Yi's heart. Pucci. In the end, the Wu clan's young master did not understand why he died. However, what Shui said was somewhat reasonable. Everything is for young master. However, it seems that it has nothing to do with me. Of course, if she did not feed elderling the medicine, Shui and elderling's divine consciousness communication would not be hidden from the latter. What a pity! Young master! Looking at the scene in front of them, the surrounding people instantly fell into a daze. Why did young master suddenly withdraw his sword intent? Conspiracy! Shui must have used some kind of sorcery. Damn! Brothers, avenge young master! Several people roared as they circulated their spiritual energy and furiously rushed towards Shui, the spiritual seal in their hands, and the sword slammed down. Even with Shui's strength, she was instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. Saintess Shui! She's eyes slightly narrowed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Shui. He reached out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. Brother Lin! At this moment Shui's beautiful face was completely pale, especially the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. There was a kind of shocking beauty. At this moment, Lin Shi's heart was somewhat shocked. This was the first woman who was willing to risk her life for him, although there were some misunderstandings between the two of them before. Looking at the trace of shyness in Shui's beautiful eyes, Shi suddenly felt life is short. Why hold on to those unattainable beauties? Cherish what's in front of you. Isn't it better? Cough, cough. Brother Lin, I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. Quickly leave. I'll block them for a moment. Anyway, I have offended Xiachen. Sooner or later, I will die. Shui smiled miserably. She fiercely pushed Lin Shi away and rushed towards the crowd. However, at this moment, a broad and powerful palm suddenly grasped her jade-like hand. Saintess Shui, you won't die. Even if I die, I won't let you die. No one can do it. Shi shook his head and pulled Shui into his embrace. He raised his head and looked at the crowd in front of him. Chapter 264. That's right. I don't have Xia Chen's background nor his talent. She held Shui with one hand with a gentle look on his face. Didn't you always look down on me? I understand because I came from the wilderness. But today I want you to know that I, Lin Shi, can do the same for you. After this mystic realm, I will be the king of the eastern border. Uft! What did he just say? What is he doing in the eastern border? Is he hallucinating now that he's at death's door? F***CK. Let's kill this adulterous couple and avenge young Master Wuya. Boom! Before the crowd could finish their words, a strange wave of heat quietly spread out. The raging flames that reached the heavens dyed the entire sky the color of blood. Even Shui felt an inexplicable palpitation in her heart. She raised her head and looked at the calm face in front of her. There was an indescribable complexity in her beautiful eyes. If things went according to the normal script, the genius of the evil sect would have fallen for him. Unfortunately, her body and soul had already been sold to the devil. No matter how much her heart palpitated, she could only think of one sentence in her heart. You want to be the king of the eastern border? Is it popular to proclaim oneself these days? Why don't you just become the emperor and unify the eastern border? F***CK. However, you're right about one thing. I won't die, but you won't live. What is this wave of energy? What a terrifying aura. The figures suddenly stopped in midair, their faces filled with fear. Today, you will be lucky enough to see my true strength. She smiled disdainfully and clenched his fist. The originally pitch-black heavy ruler suddenly turned crimson. It was as if magma had been poured over it, revealing endless divine power. Brother Lin, Shui wrapped her hands around Lin Shi's neck and felt the heat surging under his skin. You're so powerful. Haha, watch carefully. Lin Shi's lips curled up into a smile. Now that he was done showing off, it was time to deal with this group of rotten fish. The giant ruler in his hand slashed down horizontally like the wrath of the heavens. The void shattered layer by layer under the strike, and the boundless flame burned the ancient forest within a radius of 100 miles into ashes. The earth cracked and the demonic beasts wailed. It was only when the ruler fell that the entire world fell into a deathly silence. Looking at those geniuses who were clamoring just now, they had already disappeared without a trace. Not even their ashes were left behind. What a terrifying flame! Brother Lin, you are too powerful. Shui Yu's delicate body trembled as she looked at Lin Shi with fear in her eyes. She wasn't pretending to be surprised. Although those geniuses from the ancient sects were just minor characters, their cultivations were all at the first level of Powam. But Lin Shi had killed 4 powerhouses of the same cultivation level with a mere swing of his ruler? Everyone knew that Lin Shi had come to provoke him and was crushed by Ling Xiao with a single palm strike. Therefore, most people instinctively thought that this Lin Shi was trash. However, it would appear that not only was he not crippled, but he was also truly powerful. However, if the two of them were to be compared, just how strong was young Master Ling Xiao? Saintess Shui, how did you recognize me? Lin Shi took out a medicinal pill from his bosom and handed it to Shui Yu. Eat it. It will heal your injuries. Although Brother Lin's appearance has changed, the righteous and masculine aura on your body hasn't changed at all. How could I not recognize you? But Brother Lin, you know how to refine medicinal pills? Shui Yu, Er's eyes seemed to be twinkling with starlight, and her pretty face blushed with shyness. Like a girl who had seen her lover, her heart bloomed. Haha, I know a little. The corner of Lin Shi's mouth rose slightly, and his face was full of arrogance. His originally dim eyes were now bursting with a proud light. This is the feeling. Finally, he had found the feeling he had before, and he had regained his masculinity. Since he met Ling Xiao, he had been scared to the point that he had completely lost his confidence. Especially that bastard, who seemed to be able to easily see through his thoughts every time. So much so that his flawless and tenacious Taoist heart had been shattered into a petty and lowly state. But today, when the ruler fell, heaven and earth were silent, all living things were subdued, and the girl in his arms was moaning softly. He felt everything came back to him. Haha, it seems that I'm short-sighted. Originally, I looked down on you a little. But today, after seeing your masculinity, I suddenly felt a surge of adoration from the bottom of my heart, and it almost overflowed out of my body. Shui Yu buried her head in Lin Shi's arms, and the smile on the latter's face became more intense. It seemed that Shui Yu was the most genuine person he had ever met. Previously, her disdain for him was real, so her adoration for him now was probably real as well. After all, a simple woman like her was never good at concealing her thoughts. Otherwise, why would her eyes always be watery? Master, even the way she addressed him had changed. But how did you fall out with Xiaqin? Lin Shi lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms, and a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. He must kill Ling Xiao. As for Xiaqin, he naturally did not intend to let him go. These two people, one was arrogant, and the other was insidious. Both of them were not good people. If he could let them bite each other, perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. After all, to open the ancient emperor's remains, he still needed the green devil ancient cauldron in Ling Xiao's hands. With his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to snatch it from Ling Xiao's hands. Humph! That Xia Chen looks upright on the surface, but his heart is very insidious. Previously, he had some misgivings outside the secret realm, but once he entered the secret realm, he repeatedly wanted to do that to me. Shui Yu's eyes reddened, and she was about to cry. I know that the world misunderstands me, saying that I'm a slut who plays with every man I see. But until now, I've only had one Tao companion, and unfortunately he died in a secret realm. Since then, I've kept myself pure, cultivating in the sect every day and planting flowers and plants. Why would they say that about me? While speaking, Shui Yu suddenly looked at Lin Shi with tears in her eyes. Master, you wouldn't think of me like that, right? Ah, how could I? Lin Shi shook his head, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Of course, he knew Shui Yu, or his demon name, but it didn't mean that she was a bad woman. After all, who wouldn't love a fair and virtuous woman? Moreover, Shui Yu risked her life to save him today. With his strength, dealing with Wu Yu was not a problem. But was I looking at her cultivation? I was looking at her attitude. F***CK. How could a proud woman who dared to sacrifice herself for me be a bad person? Even if she had dated countless male cultivators, that was in the past. In the future, when she follows me, Lin Shi, she will be my woman. Lin Shi's woman. Humph. If it wasn't for the saintess, I would have been deceived by Xiaqin. That kind of person who forgets his friends when he sees a woman should be abandoned by everyone. Lin Shi took a deep breath. The most important thing now was to take back the ancient cauldron and find his sister, Bai Ling. In this way, his trip to the secret realm would be an opportunity to change his fate. As for Shui Yu, she was indeed somewhat beautiful. Don't talk to me about ambition and whatnot. If I gave you a young and beautiful woman who took the initiative to throw herself into your arms, I'm afraid you would be more excited than me. Humph. Still calling me saintess. Master, shouldn't you change the way you address me? You are? Chapter 265. You. What are you going to do next? Lin, she smiled complacently. His Tao heart that was suppressed by Ling Xiao and Xiaqin began to burst out again, the light of success. I am just a woman. How can I have any plans? In short, I have completely offended Xiaqin. He has many friends in the eastern border. I am afraid that I will be killed wherever I go. Shui Yu sighed and suddenly got up from Lin Shi's embrace. Today, I wanted to help young master. However, looking at young master's strength, I am afraid that you is not as good as young master. In this case, you is relieved. Young master, now that I am like a stray dog, I will not be by your side and cause you trouble. You must be careful in the future, especially that Xiaqin. He seems to have guessed that you will encounter some opportunities in this secret realm. Shui Yu's face was resolute. She did not give Lin Shi any chance to persuade her to stay and turned around to leave. At this moment, her mind was completely under the control of Ling Xiao, and this method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Naturally, it did not discriminate between men and women. Especially at this moment, Lin Shi was obviously intoxicated. Shui Yu's action had undoubtedly dispelled his worries. You are. Sure enough, before Shui Yu could take 2 steps, a stern shout came from behind her. Are you looking down on me? That Xiaqin is nothing. Since you have nowhere to go, then just follow me. As for those bootlickers of Xiaqin, humph, they better not let me meet them. Otherwise, I will kill every one of them. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with anger, and his expression was cold. But no buts. To tell you the truth, Xiaqin's guess is correct. This secret realm is actually prepared for me alone. Now that things have come to this, I will tell you the truth. The seal of this secret realm was set up by one of my elders. Lin Shi smiled faintly and pretended to be unfathomable. A proud woman, isn't she just a young master who likes to show off? However, the moment he finished his words, he clearly saw a trace of embarrassment in Shui Yu's eyes. Damn, could it be that I have bragged too much? That's what I said. Even a brainless woman with big breasts wouldn't believe such words. Lin Shi's face reddened. And he smiled embarrassedly. Haha, of course, I'm not sure if that's the case, but there is a relic in this secret realm that is related to the heaven and earth spirit fire. I came here for this relic. Heaven and earth spirit fire? Shui Yu frowned slightly, and a trace of shock flashed through her eyes. Young master, the attack that you unleashed earlier also contained the might of the spiritual fire, right? Could it be that your body has already merged with the spirit fire of heaven and earth? That's right. The cultivation method I cultivate is passed down from an exalted realm, Almighty, and I can fuse spiritual fire into my body. I'm not bragging, but when I get that spiritual fire, I'll definitely have the strength to conquer the eastern frontier. Lin, she smiled complacently, especially when he saw the shock on Shui Yuer's face. It gave him an indescribable satisfaction. It was worship, and he was worshipped by a beautiful woman. This feeling was something that he hadn't felt in a long time. Then, young master, what are we waiting for? Since the Eastern Border's geniuses are not paying attention to us, why don't we? Shui Yuer came here with a mission. Lin, she would look for the fire, and Xia Chen would seize the fire. When the two of them fought to the death, the Lord Ling Xiao would appear and reap the fortune. Perfect. Haha, now is not the time. I still have something to prepare. Moreover, the relic must be guarded by the Lost Clan, so we can't take the risk. Lin, she smiled mysteriously, and he looked at Shui Yuer from head to toe. How should I lure Xia Chen and Ling Xiao to fight? If I can find my sister, with the strength of the three of us, it's not impossible to be the Oriole. What is it? Shui Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she asked curiously. Haha, in short, that thing is not with me. Damn, aren't you talking nonsense? If it's with you, would you still have the time to talk nonsense with me? Oh, haha, it seems that young master still doesn't trust me. Shui Yuer smiled desolately, and she looked rather miserable. No, you almost died for me just now. How can I not trust you? It's just that, Sai, forget it, there's no harm in telling you. To open the relic, I need a spiritual treasure, the Green Devil Ancient Cauldron. However, that cauldron was taken away by that bastard Ling Xiao at the Sunset Divine Mountain. I don't know if he has it with him. Lin, she gritted his teeth, and his face was somewhat sullen. If Ling Xiao really didn't have the cauldron with him, he could only let Elder Ling turn it into the soul force to open the relic. Suddenly, Lin, she felt that it was quite good that Ling Xiao didn't have the cauldron with him. Green Devil Ancient Cauldron? Shui Yu opened her mouth slightly, but Lin, she had already held her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Since it's still early, why don't we have a deeper understanding? Haha, I'll do as young master says. Shui Yuer's face was slightly red, and she nodded gently. However, a strange soul light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, they are all lusting after other people's bodies. Unlike me, who is so honest and upright. Even if they sent themselves to my doorstep, I still rejected them sternly. Somewhere in the secret realm, on a barren mountain, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards a deep stream in the mountain. The green demonic ancient cauldron is actually the key to opening the relic. It seems that I have to think of a way to return it to someone. Fortunately, previously, for safety reasons, Ling Xiao didn't give the cauldron to Lin Meng. After all, it was a spiritual treasure that was related to the main storyline. It might be of great use in the future. However, with the cauldron in his hands, Lin, she wouldn't be able to play the role of a treasure-hunting beast. Moreover, he cultivated the blazing scripture and could fuse the spiritual fire into his body. Moreover, he had the guidance of an almighty in the revered realm behind him. Naturally, it wouldn't be difficult for him to subdue the spiritual fire. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was a villain. Even if he found the relic and opened it, he would probably end up being trampled to death by the spiritual fire or the remnant soul of an ancient emperor. Such a dangerous matter should be left to the children of destiny. Of course, what we need to do is to give them a big surprise. It should be here. Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at the stream at the foot of the mountain. There were no ripples in the clear water, and there was a faint fog. Searching for the dragon, dividing the gold, looking at the coiled mountain. Every coiled mountain was a pass. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there must be a noble here. Ling Xiao twirled his fingers and shook his head with his eyes closed. He spoke eloquently and looked extremely serious. As expected, this dragon-searching formula can really find a dragon. In this stream, there's a dragon aura. Is there a need to search? Isn't that dragon demon lying on the shore? Are you blind? Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a clear voice with a hint of mockery came from behind him. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Little ancestor, why did you come out? Ling Xiao turned around and saw Feng Ling sitting on the branch of an ancient tree and shaking her legs. She looked as if she was facing a great enemy. He didn't know Feng Ling's level. However, she was definitely above the level of a divine lord. Now that she suddenly appeared, wouldn't she be instantly noticed by the experts in the secret realm and bring about endless disaster? Once the experts in the secret realm started to kill the Eastern Border disciples, he wouldn't be able to act as the oriole stalking the cicada. Damn, I was too careless. Chapter 266. Why can't I come out? It's none of your business. Feng Ling smiled disdainfully and rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Little ancestor, have you sobered up? The latter smiled awkwardly, but his gaze swept across the sky. Damn! Will a divine king or divine emperor suddenly appear and kill me while we are chatting? I can't have a moment of peace when I'm a villain. No, little ancestor, I'm in a secret realm now. Sect Master Taishan said clearly that once an expert arrives, he will be detected by the lost clan here. Detected? Just a few first and second grade divine emperors. I'm afraid Wu Nya can kill them if he gets serious. Feng Ling smiled disdainfully, then reached out her small hand and waved it at Ling Xiao. Give it to me. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. A few first and second grade divine emperors? It was no wonder that Lord Taishan alone was able to suppress this secret realm. It turned out that the strongest experts here were only a few first and second grade divine emperors. But am I too arrogant? I don't even care about divine emperors now. Careful, careful. Most villains die because of carelessness. Xiaqianqiu, give me another jar. Don't do it. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked bitterly at the little girl in front of him. It seemed that she was addicted to drinking, but this girl was not good when drunk. Who knew what trouble she would cause after drinking? You're not giving it to me? No, if you can help me. Oh, I'll help you call those divine emperors here. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange light suddenly bloomed outside Feng Ling's body. Here. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and waved his hand to take out a jar of divine wine and threw it at Feng Ling. Humph, that's more like it. Feng Ling smiled slyly and jumped down from the tree. Then she glanced at the white shadow at the bottom of the deep stream. Suddenly, she kicked a 100-pound rock down. The surface of the rock was covered with a layer of strange spiritual light. It was silent, but the speed at which it fell. Damn! Ling Xiao's face froze for a moment before he roared angrily. Then, Feng Ling's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! Roar! Who? Who dares to smash me? Under the mountain stream, a demonic wind blew. All of a sudden, a white demonic figure rushed out and stood proudly in the sky. His eyes were filled with anger as if he wanted to eat someone. It's you? A human ant? The flood dragon soared into the sky with its bloody mouth wide open. It didn't give Ling Xiao the slightest chance to refute and was about to swallow him whole. Wait. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a gust of wind. His entire body was like a gentle breeze in the mountains, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. The flood dragon crushed the entire cliff in one bite. When it looked up again, Ling Xiao was already 30 meters away. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't me? Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. The flood dragon's cultivation was already at the 9th stage of the Divine Lord Realm, one step away from the Divine King Realm. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was sound asleep to quietly use some medicine on him and place a seal on him to control him. Who would have thought that Feng Ling would kick him awake? As for what Feng Ling said, the strongest in the secret realm was only a 1st stage divine emperor. Wu Nye could also kill him. At this moment, he didn't believe a single word. What if this girl wanted to trick him? Wouldn't he become a stray dog? Villains do things. Ruthlessness and decisiveness were necessary. But before that, they had to control the situation and not leave any traces behind. As for the tone and attitude, how many episodes can a brainless, pretentious person live? Please, I'm not the heavenly mandate body. Just to create an atmosphere I can give up my life? Big brother, that's the model of Long Outyen. It's not you? Then who is it? If you don't tell me who it is today, I'll eat you alive. But what Ling Xiao didn't expect was that the flood dragon actually believed him? Was it that naive? I see that the king is very handsome and extraordinary, but there's something missing. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with slyness. This monster in the secret realm was short-sighted and hadn't seen much of the world. Also, he hadn't seen the human heart was complicated. It seemed that he had to teach it a lesson. Something missing? What's missing? The white flood dragon's eyes flashed with hesitation. It looked at Ling Xiao with caution. There's a crown that's missing. How can a monster king like the king not have a crown? As he spoke, Ling Xiao waved his hand. The peerless divine artifact that was awarded to the top 3 in the martial arts competition suddenly appeared in his hand. It was none other than the crimson gold hoop. Ling Xiao had studied this hoop in his spare time. It was called the demon trapping hoop. It was similar to the one on the monkey's head. As long as it was tied on the head and cast a spell, it could suppress one's soul and make one suffer. It was originally a treasure in the hands of an expert of the demon-suppressing clan. Later, it fell into the hands of sect Master Taishan. A crown. Sure enough, whether it was a flood dragon or a dragon, it was difficult to change its greedy and lustful nature. Moreover, this human ant in front of it was at most in the divine general realm. Why would it care about him? Yes, only by wearing this crown can one match the demeanor of a monster king. A mortal like me doesn't have the guts to wear a crown. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. He respectfully threw the demon trapping hoop to the white flood dragon. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. The white flood dragon's fierce eyes narrowed. Demonic aura spread out from its body. It turned into its human form and held the golden hoop in its hand. However, no matter how it urged its spiritual power, the hoop did not change at all. A gloomy look flashed in its eyes. This crown is just an ordinary gold. No, as long as a monster king puts it on your head, you will experience supreme pleasure. Ling Xiao guided it. It was only when the dragon hesitated and put the golden hoop on his head that his lips curled into a smile. Keep! Ah! A heart-wrenching scream instantly resounded through the entire mountain stream. Near Gulinshin, countless monsters looked at the white flood dragon's figure lying on the ground in agony. Their eyes were filled with shock. You, how dare you plot against me? How dare you call yourself my father? Kneel down and call me Daddy. Ah, Daddy, Daddy, stop. Daddy, take it off for me. The excruciating pain from the spiritual soul was not something a mere ninth-grade divine overlord could withstand. In the end, the dragon revealed its true form and rampaged around, but it did not relieve the pain at all. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the middle-aged man kneeling in front of him. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Now answer me a few questions. Daddy, please ask. The white flood dragon was filled with hatred, but it did not dare to show any disrespect on its face. Who is the strongest in this arcane realm? How many forces are there? Also, has there ever been any strange phenomena? Since Ling Xiao was plotting against the Taishan Dao sect, he could not afford to be careless. If the strongest in this arcane realm were only the first-grade divine emperors, with the strength of layered shadow, even if they sensed her, they would not be able to see her demonic body. The strongest? The strongest is the ancestor of my dragon clan. He has already reached the second-grade divine emperor realm. The rest are the clan leader of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the Xing Clan. They are both second-grade divine emperors, but their combat power is not as strong as the ancestor of my clan. The white flood dragon answered everything he knew. He could not wait to tell him the number of men, women, and beauties in these clans. The Fire Clan? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 267. Indeed, you're all in the first or second stage of the Emperor God realm. But why are your cultivations so low when the spiritual qi in this secret realm is so dense? Ling Xiao frowned and was puzzled. Given the density of the spiritual qi in the last repose, anyone who is slightly talented would be able to reach the Emperor realm. But why were the strongest cultivators here only at the second stage of the Emperor God realm? Something was wrong. We have an agreement with the old immortal. We can't reach the third stage of the Emperor realm. He will help us guard the secret realm and not let any cultivators from the outside world enter. The white flood dragon pondered. Should he take advantage of the fact that this ant was deep in thought and kill him? Oh, so that's how it is. Relax your mind. Ling Xiao nodded, just as he expected. To be able to make the living beings in the secret realm so obedient, they must have been coerced. But what good would this do to the Taishan Dao sect? Ling Xiao calculated with his fingers. This was a conspiracy. Dad, before the white Jiao dragon could resist, a soul imprint instantly swept into its sea of knowledge and dissipated. Ling Xiao kept the demon-trapping hoop and looked into the distance. From the white flood dragon's words, he guessed that the fire tribe was the one in charge of guarding the spiritual fire relic that Lin she had mentioned. If they wanted to enter the relic to get the fire, they had to get rid of them. Although Wu Nie's combat strength was comparable to a first-stage emperor god's, there were too many of them. Perhaps the white flood dragon could be used. Driving the dragon to devour the fire? Double Shadow, go and find the successors of the Supreme Sage Orthodoxy. Leave a few of them alive. Su Yan, Xia Qin, and the rest, don't touch them. Ling Xiao said inexplicably. A black shadow flashed past his head in an instant. Before the white flood dragon could see clearly, it had disappeared. Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Ling Xiao stepped forward and called the white flood dragon, who was in a daze, to the depths of the mountain. At the same time, a vast force shot up to the sky from the center of the secret realm. Then many figures with terrifying auras swept out from the sky and rushed towards the periphery of the secret realm. The originally calm mystic realm was finally shaken by the appearance of the overlapping shadow. In the depths of the secret realm, in front of a pitch-black mountain, a black-clothed figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the peak of the mountain. Behind him, a white-haired old man with a humble appearance stood quietly at the side. Although his attitude was humble, his aura was extremely vigorous. He was actually a martial emperor. In the next 2 days, make some preparations, and wait for my orders to open the ruins." The black-clothed youth did not reply, and his tone was extremely cold. "What? Open this place? My lord, you want to—" Behind him, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly changed, and there was a faint trace of fear in his eyes. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." The black-clothed youth turned his head, revealing a pair of dim eyes. However, under such a pair of blinded eyes, the God Emperor seemed to see reincarnation and the universe. His face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Yes. On the other side, Ling Xiao was riding on the white Jiao dragon. His figure shuttled through the forest, attracting the attention of countless demonic beasts. So, the white Jiao dragon clan was born in this secret realm. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. Although these natives of the secret realm had not seen much of the world, if he swaggered into their territory, he would most likely die. After all, in the eyes of these demons in the secret realm, all the disciples of the eastern border who came to train were enemies. If not for their fear of sect Master Taishan, they would have already killed them one by one. Yes, Master. According to the ancestor, our clan was born hundreds of years ago, and the blood of the true dragon flows in our bodies. This white Jiao dragon was called Yi Lang, and he was a direct descendant of the Jiao dragon clan. However, he had a bad relationship with the young master of the Jiao dragon clan and was expelled, so he hid in the mountains alone and waited for death. Blood of the true dragon? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Tell me about it." It is said that the ancestor of the white Jiao dragon clan was born from a true dragon who followed a powerful cultivator and had intercourse with a white python in this secret realm. Half of the blood of the true dragon runs in his body. However, after the death of our ancestor, the blood of the white Jiao dragon clan has become more and more mixed. Yi Lang smiled bitterly. Although Ling Xiao had planted a soul seal on him, he had not completely lost his mind. As long as Ling Xiao did not forcefully interfere, he was still a happy mountain demon. True dragon and python, it is quite mixed. Has your clan ever seen the true dragon ancestor? A sly look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. How is that possible? Even our ancestor has never seen the divine ancestor. However, according to our ancestor, he was once summoned by the divine ancestor in a dream. He said he would come back to visit our clan when he has time, but it has been hundreds of years. Yi Lang sighed, and his expression was rather lonely. Haha, actually, I was sent by your divine ancestor to visit you. Come, let's go and meet the elders of your Jiao dragon clan. Ling Xiao chuckled. However, Yi Lang was a little confused. Master, you can't say such things carelessly. If we offend the divine ancestor, and the others find out, but moreover, I can't return to the clan. If I go back, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by Yi Lu and the others. What did you do back, then, to be expelled from the Jiao dragon clan? Ling Xiao did not care at all. However, he was slightly interested in Yi Lang's experience. Back then, I slept with a female Jiao. That Jiao was the fiancée of the clan leader of the Jiao dragon clan. Yi Lang chuckled. However, Ling Xiao looked at him strangely. It seems that there is a reason for us to meet. It's fine. This time when we return to the clan, I will bestow that Jiao to you. Bestow it to me? Master, that Jiao was suppressed in the Lock Jiao abyss. I'm afraid she has been refined to death by now. Yi Lang was stunned for a moment. There was some hesitation in his expression. F***CK. You're just a human ant. If you didn't scheme against me, would I, a dignified 9th grade divine lord, be subdued by you? It's fine if you act tough in front of me. Later, when you reach the Jiao dragon clan, you won't even know how you died. But if you want to die, just die. Why do you have to drag me down with you? Master, actually. I don't mind. After being out for so long, I have already forgotten the way home. Aye, it's fine. I'll help you think. Ling Xiao smiled eerily. Yi Lang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and rushed towards the center of the secret territory. At the same time, at the periphery of the secret territory, Su Yan looked at the beautiful figure in white not far away with hatred. There was a trace of helplessness in his beautiful eyes. Goddess Nian, this is already the third spiritual herb that you have snatched from me. Goddess, have you been following me all this time? Behind him, the group of lackeys also looked gloomy. However, none of them dared to take a step forward. Nian Qingyun's identity made them somewhat apprehensive. Moreover, even though she had already broken off her engagement with Ling Xiao, she was still very much in love with him. But that day on Enlightenment Peak, the descendant of Ling people looked as if he was going to die. It was obvious that he was deeply in love with Nian Qingyun. If they accidentally hurt this cold and arrogant goddess, wouldn't their heads be smashed by that devil Ling Xiao? Snatch your spiritual herb? In the distant mountain peak, Nian Qingyun's beautiful eyes looked at the crowd calmly. She said in a puzzled tone, "So what if I did?" Chapter 268. You. Su Yan frowned and her eyes turned gloomy. This Nian Qingyun was really strange. She had broken off her marriage with Ling Xiao, but now she was deliberately targeting her. Of course, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, Su Yan couldn't think of a reason for Nian Qingyun's actions. After all, these two famous beauties rarely appeared in the same place. After all, it was too cruel for the Shenzhou geniuses to do so. One brought chaos to all races, cold and arrogant, while the other was rich enough to rival the world, sickly and delicate. If the two of them were to stand together, they would probably force many bootlickers to death, right? Who should I lick? Lick together? F***CK. Wouldn't that make my position unstable? The goddesses hated unfaithful bootlickers the most. Miss Su Yan, why are you talking nonsense with her? Nian Qingyun has robbed us 3 times. I think she's deliberately targeting you. Let me go up and teach her a lesson. Next to Su Yan, a young man with a rough face and cultivation at the middle stage of Paoang snorted coldly. Although Nian Qingyun was the top genius of the eastern border, but wealth came from danger. If she didn't show off now, when would she? You. Su Yan sized up the person next to her, but she didn't stop him or agree. Her tone was inexplicably sarcastic. Huh, miss, just watch. Nian Qingyun. Humph. The rough young man sneered, and 2 pitch-black axes suddenly appeared in his hands. He took a step forward and was about to pounce on Nian Qingyun. Wait a minute, Brother Li Gui. Nian Qingyun is powerful. Why don't you let me fight her with you? Behind Su Yan, another genius stepped forward. F***CK. You want to be in the limelight? How are we going to win Miss Su Yan's favor if you're the only one who can boast? Huh, you don't believe me? The young man named Li Gui frowned and coldly looked at the person behind him. Ha, Senior Brother Li, you're too serious. I'm just afraid that Senior Brother Li will die in the hands of Goddess Nian. You, I think you're deliberately humiliating me. Humph, humiliating you? Are you worthy? F***CK. Fight me if you have the guts. Boom. Su Yan held his forehead and sighed as he watched the 2 ancient sect geniuses fight. However, there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes as he looked at Nian Qingyun. With the strength of the group of bootlickers behind her, it was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for Nian Qingyun. Although she was famous in the Shenzhou continent, it was not because of her strength, but because of her money. Moreover, Ling Xiao's infatuation on the summit of Enlightenment Mountain that day had already reached her ears through the mouths of everyone. If she were to send her lackeys to make a move on Nian Qingyun today, that wife-protecting maniac would definitely not let her off. After all, that person did not even take Taishan Daozi seriously. Even when Xia Qin expressed his love for Nian Qingyun, he was slapped to pieces. This was the mystic realm. Even if Ling Xiao killed her, no one would know. Moreover, she had intended to use Ling Xiao as a spare tire to solve the problem of her own body. Goddess Nian, I know that you have some prejudice against me, but I still want to tell you that I will cherish what you don't cherish. If you think that I care about these spiritual herbs, you can continue. Su Yan turned his head and glanced at the countless bootlickers behind him. He waved his hand gently, and streaks of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits fell from the sky and covered the ground. These are my rewards to you all. Wow, it's the jade essence celestial fruit. F***CK. It's the black blood Ganoderma. I'm rich. I'm rich. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery when he saw this scene. He looked at Nian Qingyun from afar and said, Goddess, do you want it? I still have many in my cosmos bag. Even if I don't want it, no one else can touch it. Otherwise, they will die. Nian Qingyun said faintly. Then, with a light step, she disappeared from where she stood. Humph, if we weren't in the mystic realm, a trace of coldness flashed in Su Yan's eyes. But he didn't say anything in the end. He just looked at the people who were crazily picking up treasures in front of him, and his eyes became colder. On a mountain peak far away, Xia Qin looked at Nian Qingyun, who had turned around and left. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile, and he disappeared from the spot. You said that your beloved female flood dragon was sent to the Sui Jiao Abyss? Where is that place? In the depths of the mystic realm, Ling Xiao stepped on the white flood dragon and felt a little bored. That is the forbidden area of my tribe. It is said that it has existed for a long time. As for how long, I get to the point. Ling Xiao sighed. Along the way, he found that although the white flood dragon had been imprinted with a soul seal, it didn't affect its ability to talk. Oh, no matter how big the mistake of my tribe's descendant is, they will not be executed directly. Instead, they will be sent to the Sui Jiao Abyss to fend for themselves. But can you not keep me in suspense? Say it all at once. Ling Xiao fiercely kicked the white flood dragon's head. The latter immediately grimaced in pain and almost fell from the sky. I heard from the elders in the tribe that there is a great demon in the Sui Jiao Abyss that eats the flesh of my tribe. In fact, those who have committed a mistake are thrown down as sacrifices. Yi Lang's body trembled. His fierce eyes flashed with fear. Great demon? How great is the demon? Hearing this, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. In this world, there was a greater demon than him? Master, I have never seen it before. Anyway, when my tribe mentions the Sui Jiao Abyss, we all tremble in fear. Even the ancestor is no exception. Then why weren't you thrown down? What kind of joke is this? I am the third young master of the tribe. Besides, she was the one who seduced me and drugged my wine. A slut like her naturally has to die. But why should I die? Just as Yi Lang finished speaking, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from the top of his head. It directly smashed him down from the sky and smashed the entire barren mountain before stopping. Moss. Master. First of all, later on, don't call me master. Call me young master. Secondly, I despise sluts like you who won't even let their sister-in-law go. Ling Xiao fiercely gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Lang was still useful, he would have already killed him. What's wrong with drugging my wine? Look at Nian Qingyun. Isn't she also very happy? Yes. Yi Lang's heart trembled. So, this master is actually so righteous. But what is sister-in-law? Is she more delicious than dumplings? Until a large swamp appeared in front of them. On top of the swamp, there was a faint ancient temple. Yi Lang's figure stopped again. He turned back into his human form and stood beside Ling Xiao. Moss. Young master, we're here. This is the ancestral land of my tribe. Let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. He didn't care about the fear on Yi Lang's face. He lifted his foot and walked towards the center of the swamp. However, just as the two figures appeared above the ancient temple, a furious roar suddenly resounded. Where did this ignorant ant come from? How dare you trespass into the sacred place of my tribe? Several figures with terrifying auras suddenly flew down from below and surrounded Ling Xiao and Yi Lang in the air. Yi Lang. The leader of the group was a second-grade divine king. He had a dignified appearance and was about the same age as Yi Lang. In particular, the aqua-blue scale between his eyebrows revealed the aura of the law of Tao. The law of water? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Damn, what an unexpected little surprise. Chapter 269. Yi Lang, you bastard! How dare you come back? The king of the Flood Dragon clan shouted coldly. Spiritual energy filled the air around him as he rushed towards Yi Lang. Yi Lu, don't be rude. Do you know who this is? Yi Lang's face darkened and there was fear in his eyes. The person in front of him was his eldest brother, the current king of the Flood Dragons. Humph, a mere human ant. What, Yi Lang? Is this the reason you dare to come back? Yi Lu sneered. He naturally knew about the opening of the secret territory. The younger generation of the Flood Dragons had already gone to the outer regions to hunt down the human prodigies who had treasures in their hands. Even if the young man in front of him had a supreme status in the outside world, he was nothing in the last repose. After all, the elder immortal had promised that with him around, no strong cultivators would be able to enter the secret territory. How dare you? A mere wild dragon dares to be impudent in front of me. Before Yi Lang could open his mouth, Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, had already shouted angrily. He suddenly waved his hand, and a palm print flickering with lightning instantly tore through the void and fiercely pressed towards Yi Lu. Gulp. Yi Lang gaped at the scene in front of him. He was so scared that his face turned pale. This young master was too bold, wasn't he? He dared to attack the king of gods when he was only in the Paong state? No, he should have taken out that headband and used the same trick to trick Yi Lu into putting it on. Then he could have acted cool. What was the difference between acting cool and courting death? If Ling Xiao hadn't planted a soul imprint in his soul, Yi Lang would most likely have turned around and fled. Humph! Ignorant child you're looking for. Yi Lu laughed coldly. However, before he could finish speaking, intense panic suddenly flashed through his eyes. At the same time, an extremely fierce aura spread out in the sky above the ancestral land of the Flood Dragons. That terrifying aura that was like the might of the heavens seemed to be the legendary might of a true dragon? At that moment, Yi Lu didn't dare to move. He allowed the palm print to hit his face. He fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of the divine temple of the Flood Dragons. Who is it? Who is courting death? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, looking at the shocked faces of the members of the Flood Dragon tribe. His eyes were filled with mockery. Believe in the true dragon? A trace of true dragon blood flowed in his body? Sorry, I have a real dragon in my crotch. Hua Hua wrapped itself around Ling Xiao's thigh and stared blankly at him. Master was really strange. One moment he let her release her aura, and the next moment he forbade her from moving. Just now he actually asked for a drop of blood essence. So annoying. I can't even sleep well. Gulp. Yi Lang looked at Ling Xiao beside him with a terrified expression. Just now he had actually felt a trace of the sacred might of the true dragon from this youth. Although he had never seen a true dragon since he was born, he had never seen one before. But the suppression that came from the bloodline and soul couldn't be wrong. This young man was a real dragon in human form. F***CK. If you had said earlier that you were a true dragon, you wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to put a seal on me. Don't call me father, you're my ancestor. Unknowingly, Yi Lang's expression changed. It wasn't reverence, but a kind of infinite arrogance. Flood dragons, open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. My father is a true dragon. Why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the group of powerful flood dragons. The arrogance on his face made him look like a dragon god that had descended from the 9 heavens. He was sacred and majestic, and no one could provoke him. Plop! The originally unfriendly flood dragons felt their minds go blank. They actually knelt on the ground instinctively. Yi Lu, right? You're the leader of the flood dragons? Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky. He stood in front of Yi Lu, whose face was swollen and sneered. Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. What's important is how many people in the white flood dragons still believe in the dragon bloodline. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with sorrow. You've really disappointed me. Buzz. Another wisp of dragon power spread out. The entire land of the flood dragons instantly stirred up a foul wind. Even the flood dragon ancestor, who had been in seclusion for an unknown number of years, suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be endless joy in the depths of his eyes. Is this the divine ancestor's aura? Could it be whoosh? Suddenly, there were countless sounds of wind breaking in the distant sky. Powerful flood dragons with powerful auras walked out of their cave abodes one after another and headed towards the holy temple. Behind Ling Xiao, Yi Lang's face was slightly pale, but his expression was extremely cold and arrogant. Yi Lu, what's going on? And who is this person? An old figure descended from the sky and stood beside Yi Lu. He sized up Ling Xiao with a serious gaze. He didn't feel any demon aura from this young man. Instead, he seemed to be a human. But that dragon power just now, greetings, ancestor. The group of people from the Flood Dragon clan immediately bowed and shouted at the old man. Ancestor, he seems to be a true dragon. What? The Flood Dragon ancestor's eyes narrowed. His old eyes were filled with doubt and shock. A true dragon? Did the divine ancestor send him to lead them to the 9 heavens immortal world? This young friend, may I know who you are? Humph. I'm the young master of the great mighty heavenly dragon clan. I happen to be here to train. I heard that an elder of my clan left his bloodline here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you. Ling Xiao glanced at Yi Lu coldly. The latter's body instantly trembled. A wisp of coldness inexplicably spread from the bottom of his feet. What? The great mighty heavenly dragon clan? Yi Kan's eyes shone brightly. Although he had never heard of this clan, it was obviously an extremely terrifying and ancient clan. Great mighty heavenly dragon, majestic and ancient, named after the heavens. It was mixed with holy intent and filled with murderous intent, as expected of the name of my clan's divine ancestor. However, from what this young man said, my clan's divine ancestor is only an elder, and he is the young master of that clan? Unknowingly, Yi Kan's old face had already revealed a humble expression. Even his figure gradually became a little hunched. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since he, a dignified god emperor, felt such excitement? Could it be that the spring of my Flood Dragon clan is coming? You said you're the young master of the Heavenly Dragon clan. Do you have any proof? Yi Lu gritted his teeth and asked coldly, How dare you? A mere bastard dares to question my identity. Ling Xiao shouted angrily. He waved his hand again. A wisp of dragon power spread out and directly slapped Yi Lu to the ground again. He couldn't get up for a long time. So domineering. This is the feeling. This is the aura that a young master of the true dragon clan should have. On the contrary, If this young man took out any so-called proof, it would be suspicious. After all, why should a true dragon care about the opinions of a flood dragon? However, I came here today and met this young flood dragon by chance. My words were extremely humble. I'm very happy, so I'll bestow upon you a fortune. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and called Yi Lang in front of him. He flicked his finger lightly, and a drop of blood instantly flew from his fingertip and fell into the latter's mouth. The mighty dragon power surged and surged. At this moment, all the experts of the Flood Dragon clan were shocked. Chapter 270. Demonic beasts swallowed the essence of the sun and moon, absorbed mountains and seas, and experienced thousands of tribulations before they could attain their Tao. Therefore, in the same realm, the combat power of the demon race was often stronger. However, similar to the human race, they were extremely talented and had luck. It was true that they could reach the peak of the world. However, regardless of their identity and background, in the same realm, although spiritual treasures were external forces, they also determined the combat power to a certain extent. As for the demonic beasts, they had an insurmountable shackle. It was their bloodline. The stronger their bloodline, the stronger their awakened abilities. There were even some primordial beasts whose bloodline alone could suppress countless races. It wasn't that such bloodlines couldn't be killed, but it was enough to cause fear in people's hearts, causing them to be restrained and not dare to act rashly. Especially among the same race, the more noble and ancient the bloodline, the more obvious the suppression of the same race. For example, at this moment, the flood dragon ancestor was already an emperor god expert, but when he saw the drop of golden blood, he felt his heart tremble and his legs go soft. He almost knelt on the ground. As for the remaining divine overlords and divine kings, they prostrated on the ground without hesitation. Their bodies trembled, and even their breathing became subdued. The blood of a true dragon. This was a treasure that could change the nature of the flood dragon race's bloodline. In the eyes of the flood dragon race, even the treasures of the world were not as precious as this drop of blood. Gulp. At this moment, no one doubted Ling Xiao's identity anymore. After all, that kind of trembling from the soul could not be deceived. This was a drop of true dragon blood. Moreover, it was the most ancient and noble dragon race's heavenly might. This, Yi Lang's expression was blank. He instinctively opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of golden blood. In the next moment, the wind and clouds above the flood dragon race suddenly changed. Thunder clouds faintly gathered and covered thousands of miles of rivers. It's the lightning tribulation. Look, it's the lightning tribulation. The entire land of the flood dragon race began to let out deafening cheers. Outside Yi Lang's body, monstrous demonic aura surged into the sky, faintly turning into a black dragon shadow. It raised its head and roared, shocking thousands of miles. Along with the roar, the pressure of a true dragon spread out, causing all the WYRM clan members to lower their heads. They wanted to urinate, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Dragon transformation. Dragon transformation. This is the true dragon's might. It's dragon might. Yi Shen was so excited that tears streamed down his face, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. He regretted it. If he had not gone into seclusion and met the young master of the great mighty heavenly dragon clan, would this opportunity have belonged to him? Therefore, regardless of whether one was a human or a demon, they should go out more often. What kind of fortuitous opportunity could he encounter if he was cooped up in his nest all day long? Boom! A sky full of lightning bolts descended from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into Yi Lang's body, instantly tearing his skin and flesh to shreds. However, at this moment, there wasn't the slightest bit of pain or fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a wisp of dense battle intent. I'm a true dragon. What can the heavenly tribulation do to me? Yi Lang abruptly took a step forward, and his entire body suddenly soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic figure of 1,000 feet. A pitch-black dragon scale suddenly appeared above his head. The aura it emitted caused the world to faintly tremble for an instant. This Yi Lang's bloodline is stronger than the other members of the Flood Dragon clan. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He really did not expect that a mere drop of dragon blood could make Yi Lang break through the divine overlord realm and enter the first divine king realm. He also did not expect the Flood Dragon clan's bloodline to be so lowly. A single drop of blood was enough to make them submit completely. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gone through so much trouble. He would have just ridden Floey here. Who would dare to submit to him then? As for why he did not summon Floey now, haha, when it comes to acting tough, of course it's better to do it myself. However, speaking of which, if he stewed Floey and ate it, would he be able to mutate like Yi Lang? After all, according to the plot of many novels, dragon blood was the best spiritual treasure for tempering one's body. What the hell? Heartless? How greedy! Boom, boom! The heavenly tribulation lightning fell like a waterfall, enveloping the entire Flood Dragon clan's territory. At this moment, even the remaining experts of the ancient and aristocratic families stood in the air and looked over. This fluctuation. Could it be that Yi Jinseng has broken through? Impossible, right? Does he want to die? Elder Immortals said that if anyone dares to. But if it's not him, why would the heavenly tribulation lightning be so powerful? Could it be that another member of the Flood Dragon clan has entered the martial emperor realm? Many experts' eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. They turned and landed in the direction of the Flood Dragon clan. No matter which world it was, there was always a delicate balance between the forces. Once this balance was broken, a war would begin. In the end, a ray of light pierced through the clouds and landed on the Flood Dragon clan's territory. Only then did everyone raise their heads and look at the figure standing between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Lang had already transformed back into his human form. His outer clothes were all torn, revealing his strong muscles. Outside his body, the aura of a divine king surged like the sea, quietly spread out. There was also a trace of an indescribable and terrifying aura mixed with it, and under everyone's jealous and respectful gazes, Yi Lang's heart moved and he suddenly descended from the sky. He stood in front of Ling Xiao and then respectfully knelt down. Thank you, young master, for bestowing me with such great fortune. Get up. It's just a drop of blood. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. His expression was extremely indifferent. Then he turned to look at the crowd in front of him and said calmly, Now, is there anyone else who doubts my identity? We don't dare. Welcome to the Flood Dragon clan, young master. We have neglected you previously. Please forgive us. Yi Xin was the first to kneel. The entire Flood Dragon clan's territory instantly stirred up a boundless wave of noise. Welcome, young master. Forgive. Ling Xiao shook his head. My dignity is not to be offended. This, Yi Shen frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Lu had already clamped his legs together. His head was sweating, and he was just short of shitting and urinating. Damn, you're such a big shot, but you have to be so low-key. You directly released the aura of a true dragon. How could I be disrespectful to you? Men, stew Yi Lu for me. Let the young master taste the taste of the Flood Dragon clan tonight. Yi Xin snorted coldly. Yi Lu's vision instantly turned black, and he collapsed on the ground. Young master, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I can pledge my allegiance to you and be your mount. Be my mount? Are you worthy? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He lifted his leg and walked in front of Yi Lu. He frowned slightly and looked at the Flood Dragon clan's ancestor, Yi Xin. I usually kill those who offend me personally. But, Yi, what's your name again? Haha, I see that young master is a few 100 years younger than me. Why don't you call me brother? Yi Shen bowed humbly. He almost took out a flower seed and lit it for Ling Xiao. Oh, brother Yi, are you sure he won't resist? Resist? How dare he? Yi Shen's eyes narrowed. He immediately snorted coldly and took a step forward. He lifted his leg and fiercely stepped on Yi Lu's head. Although Yi Lu was the master of the Flood Dragon clan, his cultivation was only a second-stage divine king. Now that Yi Lang was recognized by the heavenly dragon young master, he stepped into the divine king realm in a day and had the aura of a heavenly dragon. Such a person was the future of the Flood Dragon clan. If he could use Yi Lu's death to exchange for another drop of true dragon blood essence from the young master, then I don't have to worry. Why don't we let him transform into his true form before we kill him? He'll have more meat that way. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. His smile was a little shy. Didn't you hear what the young master said? Transform into your true form. Yi Shen fiercely kicked Yi Lu. The latter immediately let out an unwilling roar and transformed into his true form. He crawled on the ground and trembled. However, just as he raised his head and wanted to try his best to beg a few more words, shit! He's drawing his sword. Watch out, I'm going to cut you. Before Yi Lu could speak, a pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and then he suddenly swung it and directly chopped off Yi Lu's head. At the same time, Yi Lu's soul and bloodline completely vanished. The Tao of Water is in my hands. A wisp of a smile flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. However, his expression was still cold and indifferent. All right, let's deal with it. Quick, quick, come over and stew it. Yi Shen hurriedly waved his hand. His gaze towards Ling Xiao grew even more terrified. That sword just now, hiss. Wait a minute. However, just as the experts of the Flood Dragon clan carried Yi Lu's corpse to the rear hall, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and stopped them. Remember, put more green onions and add some garlic paste for me. Chapter 271. In the Divine Palace of the Flood Dragon clan, a group of experts of the Flood Dragon clan stood quietly and looked at the white-robed young man sitting at the top of the palace. Yi Lang stood beside him with a face full of respect. Brother Yi, these are the Divine King experts of your Flood Dragon clan? Just the three of them? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the experts of the Flood Dragon clan standing below him with disdain. Haha, to be honest, my Flood Dragon clan is considered better. We have one Larch, 4 kings. The other demon clans in the last repose have even fewer experts. Yi Shen smiled awkwardly. He seemed to be looking forward to it. But, young master, actually, if we can, I wonder if young master has any plans. Also, the divine ancestor of my clan, what realm is he at now? Sigh, your clan's divine ancestor has already passed away a few years ago. Otherwise, why do you think I came here? Before he died, he held my hand and repeatedly asked me to take care of you and lead you when I have time. He said he was worried. Ling Xiao sighed. His tone was inexplicably serious. What? The divine ancestor, actually. Suddenly, a wisp of sorrow surged from the hearts of Yi Shen and the others. It's over. The divine ancestor had passed away. Their entire clan's hope could only be placed on this young master. This was an opportunity. They must seize the time and serve this young master well. Perhaps he would give them a chance to become dragons if he was happy. However, since I promised my clan's elders that I would protect you, I naturally won't go back on my words. But Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed with gloominess. Why do I feel that this secret realm hides some unspeakable secret? Young master, have you sensed it? Yi Shen's expression shook. Then he sighed softly. To be honest, young master, I have already sensed the strangeness of this place when I was young. As expected, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Brother, tell me about it. In the beginning, there were no humans in this mystic realm. But later, 2 human powerhouses fought here and slaughtered countless creatures. In the end, one of them died and left behind a descendant, while the other disappeared. However, 300 years ago, an old immortal suddenly came here and set the rules with our clans. He also helped us get rid of our enemies and established the current situation of the 3 clans. Old immortal, are you talking about sect Lord Taishan? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Sure enough, there was something fishy going on. The Lord of Taishan made a move for no reason and established the order. It was absolutely impossible that he had nothing better to do. However, he did not take any action to fight for the good fortune of the fallen expert. Instead, he opened up the mystic realm regularly to attract the geniuses of the eastern border to train here. What exactly was he plotting? We don't know who he is, but his cultivation is terrifying. All the rank 5 emperor gods and above were killed by him. All the experts in the mystery land regard him as a deity. Fear flickered in Yi Xin's eyes. Even when he mentioned sect Lord Taishan, his face turned pale. Then, little brother, where is the place where that expert fell? In the sacred mountain where the fire tribe is. Yi Xin did not dare to hide it. Moreover, there was nothing to hide. The entire mystic realm knew about it. Sure enough, an ancient emperor who merged with the spirit fire of heaven and earth must have extremely terrifying combat power. However, he was still killed here. Then who killed him? Ling Xiao frowned and fell into deep thought. It seemed that he still had to go to the fire tribe to find out. Perhaps the remnant soul of the ancient emperor was still there. When the time came, he could chew on it and search it. Everything would come to light. Haha, young master, you see you came all the way here. Our dragon tribe has nothing to offer you. Our tribe leader has already stewed it for you. Why don't you go to our tribe's treasure vault and take a look? Oh. Ling Xiao nodded. You are very good. Thank you for your compliment, young master. Young master, please follow me. Hearing Ling Xiao's compliment, Elder Yi Xin's eyes flashed with pride. He turned around and walked towards the back of the mountain. Wonderful. After eating the dragon meat, he would obtain the Tao laws and even take the initiative to offer the creation. Although it would be easy for Ling Xiao to obtain the dragon tribe's foundation with his means, it felt different. Snatching the creation. Wasn't that what the children of destiny should do? I am a villain. Of course, wherever I go, it will be my home. Yi Jinseng's footsteps only came to a stop when the few of them arrived in front of a cave. He suddenly waved his hand, and a mysterious brilliance instantly blossomed from the cave. A frightening spiritual energy that caused one's heart to surge instantly overflowed. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, especially when he felt the gentle spirit qi fluctuation that was like a tide. He started to become excited. This dragon is indeed hard to change, greedy and lustful. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to walk towards the cave, he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and locked Flower in the demon's suppressing tower. Otherwise, if this dog got too excited and jumped out, wouldn't it scare Elder Yi Xin? Naughty. Haha. Young master, this is where my tribe's foundation lies. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. Yi Xin bowed and led Ling Xiao into the cave. Countless spirit stones and treasures were placed in the dark cave. Although there were no Tao artifacts, there were still many high-grade divine artifacts and spiritual materials. Haha, young master, please take your pick. Little brother, can I really take my pick? Ling Xiao grinned. His tone was somewhat hesitant. Of course. It is my tribe's honor to be chosen by young master. Yi Jinseng stood at attention on the spot, his figure ramrod straight. and his appearance was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. "Ha, right. I won't refuse then." Ling Xiao raised his hand and patted Yi Xin's shoulder. Then spirit qi flashed in his hand. The cave that was still rippling with spirit qi suddenly turned completely dark. Yi Xin stood on the spot and rubbed his eyes hard. For a moment he thought he was blind. "Haha, little brother, let's go. I'm very happy today." Ling Xiao turned around and was about to walk out of the cave. However, Yi Xin looked at the empty cave in a daze. After a while his face turned pale, and he almost fainted on the ground. "Oh, right. Since I took the Flood Dragon Tribe's foundation, I have to express my gratitude." However, just as Yi Xin's body was trembling and blood was about to reach his throat, Ling Xiao suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Could it be? Yi Xin used all his strength and swallowed back that mouthful of blood. "Little brother, don't refuse. I'm going to bestow upon you a great fortune." Did I refuse? However, using the sex foundation to exchange for a chance to transform into a dragon was not a loss. Thank you, young master. Come, let go of your mind. Don't resist. Soon, you will reach the peak of your life. Why do I have to let go of my mind? Is there anyone who doesn't know? Above Paong, one could cultivate a soul palace to protect their soul consciousness. If one tried to force their way in, not to mention a god emperor, even if they were at the same realm, it would not be easy. In fact, they might even suffer a backlash if they were slightly careless. Therefore, to let go of your mind meant to open your soul palace and let me take a look inside. Ling Xiao smiled evilly, and the soul light in his eyes suddenly brightened. Yi Xin only felt a strange wisp of soul power entering his sea of consciousness, condensing into a seal and then disappearing. This feeling was somewhat strange. At this time, he did not feel any change in his strength or bloodline, but he seemed to be more respectful of this young master in front of him. Yi Xin even had an illusion that this young master only needed a thought to kill him if he wanted to. It seemed that it was useful. This was a complete deterrence that came from his bloodline. Only the closer his bloodline was, the more he could feel this strange suppression. Young master's methods are indeed not something we mortals can understand. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.